Concerning.
Can somebody talk from online, please? Steve, Mansour?
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry, Dan, I can barely hear you.
Okay, hang on, I can turn it on a little bit. How's that? Not any better?
The room is a little bit too loud.
Oh, it's a little bit too loud? Okay, how's that?
Yeah, that's better. Speak, Dan, if you don't mind.
And keep talking for a second.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Danny.
Actually, it's afternoon.
Fair. Spiritually, it's morning.
Somewhere in the world, it's still morning, hopefully. Out west.
Yes.
BC. Why don't we all move to BC?
I don't.
It rains too much there.
No, not in the southern interior. It snows and it doesn't rain. We are in real BC.
Okay.
BC illegal. 100% BC illegal. That's problems.
Have you been to the other properties?
I've driven through most of them, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Daylight starts
I haven't been.
Yeah, we get an hour left.
Have you been to every major city?
That's it.
BC's nice, but I wouldn't say, I think it might be just.
You did?
It's too expensive to live there, though.
Birthday party.
Which?
Probably of all of
Because
them.
I was going
Yes,
to my
but which provinces?
I really,
and then I
really
got my
love
son.
Saskatchewan.
You look really,
Sorry.
you look really thrilled about being
I
here.
promise I am. I don't know what it is. My face is just always.
You got a poker face.
I do. I think it suits me well for finance and banking because I always look like I'm.
I used to buy like a massive pack of stickers.
Yeah.
Started kind of on vacation.
Well, thank goodness you did because part of my collection.
Sparkly.
Yeah, even actually so
Hi, guys.
I don't know, they're all free stickers.
Yeah, I have.
Me neither, they're all stickers. I just had to make it look like a collage. This one said something communism and young. Thank you for your I just kept that out. It was a nice case. You have a nice case. Yeah. I would say.
Tiny dollars.
I didn't do anything.
It's okay, I tried to like mention how you like.
What if she's into that?
Yeah, maybe you should inform everyone, like, before you, like after you meet them, yeah. Yes, let them know.
You're in the front row.
Yeah.
Oh, can you check out one card?
Until we leave from Carly, but like I can mess her.
I know she's nice.
That's the first thing.
Because I ran into her, there was like a really on campus and she was like taking some before.
I was
2 minutes. She seemed good.
I never went to
Maybe like
I wasn't really involved with it at all.
probably like
Yeah, I guess.
I had to like shower, so we're not making it for the
serious. I'm gonna take a sweater.
There's too much background.
Well, we did.
My work is not over yet.
Hang on, everybody, for a second.
Listen,
All the candidates, can you please put your hands up?
can you guys do us a favor and just like move to the front seat and all the councillors and voting members and go in the back and then non-voting like second or the third row? It's just easier that way.
Oh, and that's required.
I guess.
We need chairs.
There is, oh, you're perfectly fine wherever you are. You can go wherever you want to go. Okay? And you don't have to hide in the corner either.
Candidates this side, non-voting members on the last row and then voting members in the second and the third. Yeah, we don't have enough chairs. I need more.
Oh, you're friends. I'm not from.
To say not soon.
Are you excited? Yeah, it's okay.
Excited first, regardless.
Yeah. That was you. I forgot your name, sorry.
Rated.
Because I remember you like the first day, the first like nickname you had.
Yeah.
It's okay, both are together.
Either way.
It was actually, oh, you have to do, you guys posted it, so I thought it was so funny how you guys posted it. I like it, that's just not that, I like that. Oh my god, you
Like based on speech or
I wrote yeah, we have seats over there.
Yeah, this is so small. It's a lot better than the other two.
You're not going to know that.
I would grab as many as you can for now. And just put them in the background.
Okay, you're just starting.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, listen, just to be a little more clear. Candidates, voting members and board nominees over here, board directors, and non-voting members and the remaining people behind. Who?
Is there enough, sorry, is there 2 more seats there for the candidates?
There's one more here.
There's one more there.
Okay, well, there's 2 of us, so I don't.
Just one of you can shift over here and then we can get to the
We have to.
chair. Yeah, that's fine. Like one of you can sit on the end. So that's it's not that much.
I hate Gavin.
I think that would have been more difficult. Well, I'm guessing all the high seats. Just like standing up waiting for the other people to answer.
Probably good.
Yeah. rock, paper, scissors guy.
Okay, me too.
There's one thing is
So, it was good. I shoot things just for people.
it's like for indecisive.
Yeah.
Hey! Okay, who's up for an adventure? Who wants to go for an adventure? 1, 2. Okay, no, leave the candidates out of the counselors. Okay, cool. Whoever wants to go on an adventure with me, let's go find chairs.
I'll come with
1, 2, 3, cool.
See, that's the spirit. This is what we like.
Find chairs.
No way.
If you need one like badly, I have two. I have one in the mechanical and aerospace facility office. They're both in the 33rd block of the country, but I have to go to CMAS anyway. And also I have keys. So that's
Do it now better.
you have a
I'd rather tie that ski like but the ski tie goes well with the jacket.
Yeah, exactly. So you need to have the jacket.
I tie without the jacket.
That helps. Otherwise, I was
I'll go there.
So it was mentioned.
and hopefully you can get around mine.
Hey everyone, just want to let you know, so we're still waiting for people and also chairs. So we're gonna start the meeting in about 10, 15 minutes, if that's okay with everyone. Just letting everyone know. Just so we have all the candidates and the council, so.
Do you want me to just go present you?
You work for us as well? Yeah. Sorry? Rating. Robert?
ELBAR. Yeah. What are they doing?
Oh, I'm in environmental science and artificial environmental science.
I believe it's chemistry then. I'm doing it now. I have another college. It's not more than organic. I believe you will have to take it as
organic chemistry. I put analytical
just
the labs, like writing lab reports. There's no, I found my TAs are really, really hard. If you got like even like slightly off.
This is neat and organic. This is neat and organic. No, like that. The point is that I'm not in nanotechnology, but it's a business engineering. It's fine. Yeah. That's why I don't really need to be organic. Yeah, that's why I don't hate it. But some other courses that I can take or read more than electronics.
At the back.
Just one over here and then all of the rest.
Which area?
Good question. I'm third year standing, but I'm
Oh yeah, have you seen each other?
been here for
Oh, so I'm losing a lot.
I did everything.
You need to go.
You guys, sorry.
I'll try and make it.
It's electrical.
You finish it?
Sorry?
You finished it?
No, I finished 3 years, and then I was like, I want to do something else. So I transferred here.
That's really. Why don't you? No, why don't you just do the fourth year?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
No, you can take fourth year. You can take it now.
But I didn't want to out it.
Because you can have 2 weeks, you know, two degrees.
No. Yeah, I went to a different school. Oh. Transferred to this school.
Wow. You were what? Netherlands?
It's okay. I have no idea. Yeah, true. Read. Let's go. You get ready?
I do.
Excited? Yeah. Sorry, it'd be like wrong height. No, that's not bad. I understand. You get the point. Oh, yeah. Like, I don't know what it's probably gonna be like 5 hours long. Actually, that's how it was. Very, very long. We're talking about it's actually, yeah.
I don't want to hear you.
Well, we have to stay till.
You're gonna have this.
We're gonna have to know.
That's good. This is not it. Trust me. It's gonna be your first half an hour, 45 minutes, and after that, just really gets through it. It's like,
Oh,
I'm telling you. It's okay, you're gonna be this, probably, you like special ed.
Are you kidding?
So
funny. How is it? Is it just
emulate the switch gates on this?
Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out. It's not about getting one, but the fact that you can take it into right after you're done with the notes, after the votes are, that way there's no judgment whatsoever.
Yeah, so do my internship. She'll come.
That's so funny. GHM. The first people who work with that. No. Maybe like they were on Zoom and at the same time on their computer. I don't know. I'm trying to think ways. Oh, you can't see it on the side? Really?
I can't see it.
Or is that like a...
Maybe the brightness is less. See, it's got like
yeah.
I don't know. So like if I'm over here, and the brightness is more.
No, like honestly,
it's like those cool, yeah, the phones we use, or you can't see them on the side.
Yeah. Maybe that's why you're artist. Yeah, yeah, I can.
I can see it.
Are you working?
I did do it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
What
like,
is it?
on Friday.
So you can see the Venus on this page.
I do a lot of like work on it.
So you study your past.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I like math Venus.
Really? Okay. Isn't it already like don't you still have don't like researchers already have a map for Venus?
So not to the scale that I was doing that. I'm doing it with 1 to 5,000 scale,
Wow.
which is like extremely detailed. And I'm mapping out the colors like that.
So if I ever go to Venus, I should talk to you, right?
Yeah, if you're ever there.
Bro, that's great.
Times are no, so this is office first, so this is a topographic. I can show you what the surface does look like.
So yeah, like after 20 years, it's free.
Are there any fun facts about Venus that I can talk about?
Just like the surface temperature.
It's 450.
160 degrees Celsius.
90. Wow.
This is what the surface looks like.
People haven't been there.
So that melts within like seconds. That's the only reason we get this picture. And this picture.
And this is what the
It's really small.
So what's the planet? Is it Mars that we can actually see? It's like people are I don't know. But you can go. Yeah. You're the topper.
Like once you get past, so it's like Mercury.
So what's like the most habitable planet outside of Earth?
Mars. Probably
Mars?
But you could also live under like
Under the ocean?
yeah, well, like under the ice. So like there's like a point or two.
Really?
But the core of the picture is
So which is basically this much ice and then nothing.
liquid water.
Really?
So there's a lot of like components that like life could definitely evolve because like that's
It probably is like extreme
so
animals that live in extreme environments. Yeah, exactly.
so life sort of
Yeah.
like on the surface like the ocean
On Neptune.
no, it's not.
On Earth. Oh.
So life like you're on that
Yeah.
like almost like
Yeah. No, that made us.
and then we expand it out.
I heard on that.
Well, we start off so it's like
So that okay.
pretty nasty.
Yeah.
So it's
Wow.
Yeah, so not gonna do.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I've never really thought about it.
Well, no, they closed down the gas station. That was a huge scandal.
Yeah. So Kaylee grows down on Mars.
They spent more money than they reported using the gas plant. So I think they.
Oh, not in like the open. Oh.
Sorry.
But it's very similar to Earth. It's kind of similar. Elon gets Mars. He's missing this Mars, right? Yeah. Yeah. So do you think about it?
How they're gonna.
60, 52.
Can you guys hear us
Of course,
online?
yes, but no. 50. Unless they called it
Yeah, no, really.
Let's get also it's sleep places and so on.
Oh, hello, Shay.
So if I go for defense, how we go
COVID went away, like, it just apparently it just went away. I'm just gonna skip it and start eating.
Depending on how long it's getting. I think we might get
So Raiden, what faculty are you in? Environment? There's an actual faculty for environment. Like it's like CUSA, yeah. That's why I was thinking we're allowed to. Yeah, no, apartment. I think the apartment is environment.
probably.
Okay, good.
No, we can't. No, it's like that.
I know your weekend was crazy because it was really
Big
like.
schools here in Ottawa.
That was
Some of them are just like.
they allowed maybe when they allowed you to be there. Oh,
Like set the room up for the sale, test it, put it on.
like everyone was online.
I guess because
Somebody probably didn't try to start it on.
Cool guy, no, I read it.
Yeah, so everyone here is like people who were there like sleep last year.
I don't know.
Yeah, that is really we're also doing almost a lot more this year than last year.
What's that other guy's name? Chris
Technically,
Oh, you did? You're not?
choose from among themselves.
Is he Canadian? Yes.
Speaker.
I think I should ask him. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter.
Let me.
As an astronaut, you should know what time. What time.
She can't answer your phone.
But we saw her.
She went, her and Hazel went to a print off in Mackenzie, but that was also like.
Yeah.
Maybe we messaged Cass. Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's not me, unless council chooses.
so my thing is that why don't we appoint somebody to get it started and once Erin returns, she can remain with it. Just because we're running 30 minutes behind schedule, we have a board meeting to get started. So does anybody know the closest to appoint us as speaker?
Let me, I've lost internet, but, that's fine.
And should we just do votes, two-thirds majority? Is that?
Yeah, so long as there is a quorum of councillors here, I believe they can appoint among themselves, an officiant for the meeting. Among themselves or someone else, I suppose, but first of all, someone would have to nominate, an individual.
I nominate Rod. Alright, so I'll just get, raise your hand, or yeah,
Someone has
sure.
to second the
I'll move
nomination.
that.
Seconded.
Kiana will second, hands first if you're in favor.
Both the incoming and the outgoing vote, or?
No,
No,
not for
just-
this part, just current counselors, current city councilors. All right, you know what, scratch that actually. Raise your hand if you're a current counselor to get here. 4, 5, 6,
I really don't wanna.
7,
There's Brandon on the call.
9,
For you,
10. Yep. 11, 12.
I have casually, but I'm not here.
14.
Sean's a counselor as well.
Yeah, so that's 14.
We don't have quorum, so we have to wait.
But we don't have quorum with Aaron or Patrick, right?
No, we have.
No, but then she-
Probably like 6 votes.
But then we'd be fine.
Oh,
No, I don't think we can do proxies today.
Oh, right, yeah, you can't.
Oh, you can't be a proxy today.
Well, if not for the voting, for procedural, you can.
Okay. But like, as of
Yeah,
right
you
now,
can
for
vote, yeah, when it comes to the VP voting, you can do proxies.
Proxy for Sam, let's get it started.
Okay, so that, is that 16?
Yeah.
Okay, I think quorum is 16, right?
This is my chamber. Yes, it's 16, I think.
Okay, so therefore, now for real, current sitting councilors, if you're in favor of Raj serving as the speaker, interim speaker until Aaron returns, please raise your hand. And if you're proxying, just put the number with your fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, she's here, she's here.
Okay, all right, never mind. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
No, that's not. 56 voters on the. No, not for the entire year. We just need the quorum for the current city council. So the right one. You just said 16.
So,
I just established one.
okay, is there 16?
Yeah, we're, okay.
That's what
Alright. What's the gap? That's that. Alright. Alright, call to order. So before we address the regular business of this meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that we are today gathered on the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe lands never ceded or surrendered in the Peace Crown of Canada. Indigenous peoples living under the modern colonial state of Canada has suffered disproportionate injustice and marginalization. A mere land acknowledgement is not enough to make reconciliation and reparation to the Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island. We must stand in solidarity against colonialism and remember our responsibility to the land and the peoples who have kept it for generations, which means affirming their call for free and uncovered return of their ancestral land. It is also fitting for this body of lawmakers to remember the spirit, wisdom of the Indigenous governance models, from the collaborative bicameralism on the Haudenosaunee Confederacy to the continuous basis government of the Inuit to deliver to students a better student union. Second item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Be it resolved that the agenda be approved as presented to council, notwithstanding section 18 of the council rules of order. This was moved by Councillor Lang and second by Councillor Gill. Third item is approval of the past minutes. AGM Part 1, be it resolved that the minutes from the annual general meeting of the Associated Part 1 be approved. Moved by Councillor Lang and second by Councillor Gill. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions of the past minutes? Seeing none, we're now going to move on to item 4, debate and questions answers from the vice presidential candidates. All right. So sorry, I'm just going to. All right.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Connor. I'm the CRO, so I'll be administering the vice presidential elections portion of this meeting. So just to give everyone an overview of how this is going to work, we'll first have the candidate Q&As by position. So we're going to have the candidates come up to my left side of the room, so the people online can see them as well. And then counselors, or both current counselors and incoming counselors, i.e. the electors, will have the opportunity to ask the candidates questions. The format will be each candidate will have an equal opportunity to respond to each question, so you cannot ask a targeted specific question to a candidate. The question should be general in nature, and then all candidates will have the opportunity to respond. We'll do that for the 4 positions in the order they're listed in the bylaws, and then vote for do the balloting following the last of those positions, following community engagement. For those that are online, you can ask your questions live as well by, yes, you'll raise your hand through Zoom and we'll see that. You can also email me if you'd rather me ask the question. I'm happy to do that. And if you're also for voting online, as had been requested for you to let me know in advance. So I have the email for the people that did do that. I have the emails ready to go because the voting will be simultaneously, like as it's happening in the room, you'll be voting online. It's not just like open for you to do anytime. If you did not do that, please do so now, and I will set that up as we're doing the Q&A, so there's no delays. And also, one change to the agenda to let all of you know about as of this morning. Candidate for the Vice President Community Engagement ballot. Sorry, just getting the name so I say it correctly. Candidate Alexa Barrett has withdrawn from the race. So we will still proceed with the Q&A with the one candidate, and then the format of that vote is a confidence vote. I have amended the ballots with little notice and no access to a printer. I just had to manually edit the ballots, but it's now a confirmation vote. And then for the ballots where there's two candidates, it's just pick one. For the ballots that there are more than 2 candidates, it's ranked choice. Does anyone have any questions on the format or the process before we get started with the vice president internal candidates? Okay, sounds good. So I would now invite the candidates for vice president internal to come on up, and we will begin the Q&A session for them. Yes.
We have moderation after the debate. Last time we did moderation.
What do you mean by that?
Like after the debate was done, the candidates went outside and council moderated. Are we doing that this time?
That's up to council if they wish to do something like that. The idea is that we'll be voting for all 4 at the end. Right. Yes, so we will do all the Q&As and then vote for all of them at the end.
It's better than
So they're all good? Yeah, thank you. Okay. We're all okay. All the technology is up and running. So if the candidates just introduce themselves briefly again, for those that don't remember, and then please indicate to me, like by raising your hand, if you'd like to ask a question, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. So hello, hi, my name is Alvin Akimalado. I'm going to my 4th year studying Begins and International Studies accounting. Currently working for the BP internal position. I'm also an international student here, and I believe I know it's one explicit that with different clubs on campus, we make an international position.
All right, thank you, Alvin. My name is Logan Breen. I'm currently a 2nd year student in political science and economics. I am originally from New Brunswick. I think my experience with numerous club executives will give me good insight into CUSA clubs and how to properly operate it. As well, I have a lot of professional policy and governance experience, not only with clubs in my studies, but also working within the House of Commons administration.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Oh, there's one online. Can we?
Just says to speak louder.
Oh, okay. There was no question there. Yes.
Oh, sorry, question. Can we potentially move the candidates just like a little closer just so everybody can hear it?
Yes, my understanding was it was because of the camera, but is there a way that? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sorry, I just didn't switch it. Yes. They just, he's very soft-spoken and he's very quiet.
Make sure to speak louder into the
Is that for? Did they hear? They could hear me.
Oh yeah.
Okay. 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 Questions? Yes.
Thank you. Can the two candidates just speak a little bit more to the details of their policy, governance, and administration experience they've mentioned in passing?
I'll go first. So thank you for the question. My experience in terms of policy and governance administration, I would say it's threefold. Obviously, I'm a student in political science and economics. I do a lot of policy writing just in my free time. I've written for the Kroger Policy Review before, published a few articles. I'm also on the board for that organization, so I kind of have insight into the editing process and how that organization runs. I'm also involved with the Carleton Political Science Society, so I deal with policy within that society and helping to run it. And finally, I have mentioned that I do work for the House of Commons. I've been in a couple positions. I was a page last year, and I now work as a Proceedings and Verifications Officer. Basically, that position is in committees, and I deal with the writing of the official transcript. It's called Hansard in the House of Commons. So I have a lot of experience dealing with procedure on the committee level in the House of Commons, and as well how governance and the standing orders and procedure works. So I believe that I can take that experience and then apply it to CUSA, just knowing kind of how policy works within government.
Yeah, thank you for your question as well. Do you mind repeating the question? Just
Sure. Can you speak a little bit more to the details of your experience? That's kind of relevant to policy and governance and all that kind of stuff.
Please speak up.
For sure. In terms of like policy and governance in regards to clubs, I'll say like just in my program in general, that's how I got more exposed to how policies can be very, very powerful in terms of organizations or in terms of managing clubs. But a lot of my experience more is is more in just helping clubs like try to either organize events or try and get more funding. I think policies are very, very important, but at the same time, like having experiences on how clubs just function in general is also a very, very important thing to have. So I think that's really one of my core strengths in that. If elected for the position, I can definitely having that being in the rooms, for instance, in where we try to speak to different execs on how we can get more funding. I've already had some of those prior experiences with diverse clubs on campus, and I believe that I can bridge that gap between a lot of the clubs and CUSA execs as well.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so my question is, there's a number of different documents across different sections of the organization, whether it be clubs, related to clubs oversight commission, whether it be related to council, board, or otherwise. And so my question is, how will you prioritize that those documents and all documents of the association are kept in an organized fashion? What kind of system will you introduce or maintain to ensure that type of organization? And how will you ensure that those are accessible and released to the public in a timely manner?
Thank you for your question.
And also,
yeah.
none of us can hear either of you over here.
Maybe we have to like step forward a little bit
Yes.
more. In terms of documents, I wanted to ask like specifically like which particular documents is it documents in regards to like the VP internal role, and managing those kind of documents, or just like the general? I don't really completely get to.
Yeah, so a function of the vice president internal is to maintain or organize and maintain all of the association's documents, and when I say documents, that pertains to pretty much anything that is in writing associated to this the organization. Again, whether that be council documents with the council speaker, whether that be internal agreements, whether that be documents from the board in collaboration with the chair and vice chair of the board, whether that be documents pertaining to the club's oversight commission, with which the VPI has authority over or has jurisdiction in. So those are basically all of the documents of the organization.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it might be a bit repetitive, but having experience with those other clubs, we had that same experiences of dealing with different documents that you had to manage. And for instance, an example would be if you're sending in you're filing in your budget for the semester or for the year, that would be a document that you have to maintain properly and make sure that it is sent in meeting the deadlines. So I have a little bit of experience in there, and also I believe that in terms of managing those kind of documents in general, it also comes with some kind of rationalism, and also having respect for whatever documents you're managing and being careful with them. One of the documents I feel like are very, very important in terms of just clubs in general is, for instance, the CUSA club on directory, which has a list of all the clubs. I feel like that's a very, very important document in a way that it kind of shows the diverse clubs on campus and how to. I feel like it's kind of slings down the job of the VP internal, and knowing that these are my responsibilities, these are the societies on campus, this should be my focus. Even more importantly, it shows some of the active clubs on campus. So that was a very, very important file for me to look at more recently, because I noticed more that there's less active clubs on campus, and trying to increase those numbers is also something very, very important. So we have almost about 300 clubs and societies on campus, but almost about 70 to 80 that are active. So looking at those numbers and trying to increase them.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. I really.
The mic is not it's only for online, so please also speak up for people in the back of the room.
Really project outwards over here, because we're having difficulties hearing.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the question, and I recognize that organization of everything and all the documents in CUSA is really important. If all the documents can be organized, not only for the executive and the council and the board, but also for Carleton students in general, it'll make everyone else's job a lot easier. So I believe the VP internal should be really apt in organizing everything, make sure for the executive, for example, that there's a Google Drive, everything's clearly labeled, everything is organized properly, but also in terms of making sure that minutes or the agenda or speakers notes are available for the public, that the CUSA website is updated frequently after board meetings, after council meetings, and making sure it's all public facing. Also, I'd make one of my priorities to update the CUSA Club's website to make sure, for example, for club executives and constitution approval and registration and funding requests, that it's clearer and more public facing, just to make it clearer for executives in terms of the organization of CUSA clubs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question in the back.
So CUSA underwent the democratic reform a couple of years ago, 2 years, I believe now. How much are you aware of the democratic reform, and how will you ensure that moving forward that CUSA is more stable when it comes to democratic reform, and making sure that there's stability within the governance structure of CUSA, whether it's council or the board? How would you ensure to keep the association stable?
So thank you for the question. The electoral reform that CUSA went through is something I'm very passionate about. I've read all the documents associated with it, so I'm a little bit familiar of how the organization transitioned a couple years ago to its current policies. Some of you may know specifically I'm passionate about referendums. For example, the fact that CUSA has not been able to pass the 3 referendums we recently had in the general election because they didn't hit that 15% turnout set by the Board of Governors of Carleton. So that's something really important that we're able to get referendums passed. So as VP internal, I would make sure that voter turnout is increasing, consulting council, try to implement policies that will increase voter turnout. but also to review and make sure that these electoral reform policies are working in the way that they're supposed to, that they're not hindering the organization, how we help students in any manner. CUSA has undergone a lot of reform in the last 2 years, and it's important to make sure that those reforms are going well and that it's making the organization better. And I would also try to ensure that the executive and the board and the council are working collaboratively and making sure that they're doing their proper roles and there's not any overstepping, for example, in terms of boundaries, that the 3 separate spheres of CUSA are working in cooperation and how they're meant to, as set out in the Constitution and the electoral reform.
Thank you as well again for your question. I think that's also a very, very great question because it also kind of, I think, connect to having just experience in general on campus. I think those were, in a way, 2 different eras. If you look at it, 2 years ago with the democratic or the system that was in place to get VP or presidents elected, it was definitely a very, very different system. I think experiencing both of them really makes you to be able to understand which might be better. I think this is definitely a way of more functioning in a way system than the last one, in that it was the other, if people remember more, it's like it was more open to all students. I felt like it was way more competitive. People felt like there was a lot more at stake to lose sometimes in elections. But I feel like even with the present president system that we have now, it definitely works. But I still feel like this is a way that we can make it more accessible for students to understand what's going on in the electoral process. It shouldn't be something that people should just find out about the VP internal unknowingly. There should still be a lot of awareness brought to, for instance, the annual general meetings. And just in terms of like creating more stability in the organization, I definitely would advocate more to try and bring obviously more awareness in terms of the electoral process, if you're elected for the position, and also just trying to make people see those both sides in a way that this is a system we had in the past, it might have not worked perfectly. This is another system that might not be also perfect, but it's still a working system and it will always still improve.
Thank you.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. I'm a Fed rep outgoing for your information. Just so you know who I am. Nice to meet you both. I've been really enjoying what you're saying thus far, and DPI inherently is one of the more consequential positions on CUSA Council. A lot of the decisions you make are inherently going to be more kind of not meaningful, but more intense than some other positions. What do you know about the role CUSA Council plays in helping you make those decisions and helping you accomplish your goals? And how do you plan to work with council to make sure that you can accomplish those goals?
Thank you for that question. As you said, that this position is definitely very, very, very important, and that there's a lot of clubs and societies play a very significant role on campus. And those decisions they make obviously have a huge impact on the student population, but also even council to represent the engineering faculty. There's also that pressure on you trying to make sure that you represent your faculty properly, and also discussing whatever issues they have or things they want to bring up to the school board, that those issues are brought to the school board properly. So I feel like what I'll be able to do is definitely speaking to the council members, having that communication clean, open, and finding out what issues or whatever that might be happening, and trying to see how ways they can collaborate and make sure those issues are resolved. Also using the council as a resource in a way, because there are a lot of events and things going on campus, and it's always important if you're collaborating properly with not just your fellow exec members, but also the council members. It would be a great support for whatever event is going on. So also trying to make sure that the council is kept updated on whatever the CUSA is planning. And I don't think we always have to wait for the other exec members. Me being elected for the position, hopefully, I know I can bridge that gap and make sure I'm communicating properly with all council members and bringing it to attention a lot of their issues.
So thank you for the question. I think that CUSA Council plays an incredibly important role here at Carleton in general. CUSA Council are the democratically elected representatives of faculties, and that is incredibly important. As VP Internal, I recognize that I am accountable to council, not only because you guys might elect me, but because you are the democratically elected representatives from the Carleton students in general. So in terms of how I would work with council, I would prioritize being incredibly collaborative with council. I would make it a priority that I show up to every council meeting in person. I am there every time to ensure that people can come and talk to me. I would prioritize forming personal relationships with councilors so that they know that if there's an issue, if there's something they want to talk to me about, they're always welcome to do so and that they know me. And I would just make sure that I'm always there, always present, and always consulting council. For example, if I have a policy priority, that I am consulting council on that, on ways to move forward with that reform in Carleton. And yeah, I would prioritize just CUSA council in general and always being accountable to them.
Thank you. Question in the back, and I like what the last individual did and just said who they are and what their position is. If we could keep that going forward, thanks.
Hi, Sean Cruz. I'm the councilor for PASS. So this year, as a councilor, I've had the privilege to work alongside Davin, which is the current EPI, which you guys are for this year, at the club's oversight committee, where we certify clubs. We solve club complaint and approve club funding for over 150 clubs. So is there like what kind of policy procedure would we implement to make sure that the funds are being used properly?
So CUSA club funding for me is incredibly important. Based on my experience with executives with clubs, I know how consequential CUSA club funding is. For a club, it can make or break the fact that they're having an event that the club can continue. So I would prioritize making sure that club funding is diligent, that we're able to get as much funding efficiently out the door as possible, but also making sure that that clubs are accountable, that they're using the funding for what they're meant to. I would prioritize forming more relationships between club executives and CUSA, so there's a constant dialogue between execs, that execs feel they can approach CUSA clubs if they have issues, and of course if myself as a potential VP internal or other CUSA reps can approach execs if they feel that there are issues about club funding, for example. In terms of club oversight and CUSA clubs in general, I would also prioritize that club certification is easier, that the information is clearly available on the website, maybe on a new page instead of just on a Google form as it is currently. I'm involved with clubs that are not registered by CUSA just because they feel that the process is a little bit too complicated based on constitution and financing, etc., for the club to actually become involved. They're not entirely aware of the benefits, especially with funding that certification with CUSA clubs would bring. So I'd prioritize reaching out to executives of clubs and making that information for certification registration easier for executives.
Thank you for that question, Sean. I think you brought up a very, very strong point. And even when I was trying to plan out the things I wanted to discuss and things I should prioritize, definitely funding was always those things that came up, even during the nomination period of trying to get people to nominate me for the role. Speaking to different students, you also hear those kind of things, and it's easy to connect to them on those issues because it was part of my personal experience, even when being a club exec. I think that's also one of the strengths I have coming to this, being elected for this role, more than any other candidates, in that I've had those experiences of trying to get more funds for a club and hitting roadblocks, and sometimes students have no choice probably to maybe even use some of their own funding and just to put into the club, just because if they're passionate about the club or the society, they might go ahead and do that and maybe hope to get reimbursed for the money they put into the club. But I don't think students necessarily need to go into those unconventional ways to get funding for their clubs. They should, in terms of policy and ways to communicate to them better, I would definitely communicate deadlines. I think deadlines to the CUSA, not CUSA more, club execs more. I feel like sometimes people are not aware of expectations, and another thing that's also important is budgeting and what is the agenda for the club for the semester. So if the CUSA execs are just counting, obviously there's a lot of money on campus, we know that, but that even during the pandemic, it's expanding and growing. So the funds and finances are there for students, but assessing that sometimes might be difficult because of awareness or the club not being prepared enough to show that they actually need this funding. A real policy that I'll definitely put in place is just for clubs that are already established and active, as I mentioned earlier, at least having a base minimum amount of money that will go towards that club. that are going to help them to jumpstart something. As you see a lot of clubs trying to sell tickets or event, as I mentioned earlier, to try and just raise funds for their to grow their clubs. And I don't think this needs to go through other hustle. It could just always be like a minimum amount that's and I'm sure that there's already that amount ready, but also just as I said earlier, communicating to them that there are deadlines you need to meet, either through emails, communicating directly to the execs, or having an event saying that this is being awareness that I think some things like Club Expo, even as earlier in the year, can be a great time to be like, this is good, you're showing off your club and students are getting so much awareness about your club, but also it's good for you to know that you're going to have a plan and set aside to get funding from CUSA to grow your club and make sure that the plans and the energy you have in your club can continue throughout the year.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just seeing if anyone new had a question. Okay, yes.
Hey y'all. Hello. So my question is, so you'll be working alongside CUSA Council, which is very exciting. And one of the things about like VP Internal is you're going to make sure that new counselors are aware of procedures, they're aware of what they're supposed to be doing, and they're also and then also aware of like Robert Rule of Order. So anyways, I was just wondering, it's like, how are you going to make sure that counselors are aware of these procedures? And also, how are you going to make sure that people know, new counselors know, that they have access to resources to help their fellow students that they're representing?
Thank you for that question. I believe since there are going to be recurrent council meetings and even general meetings prior to the semester starting, or even during the summer, I feel like that's definitely an opportunity to be able to speak to those councils and let them know these are the resources available to them to help. Also, I feel like outgoing councillors can also always be a great resource in showing whoever incoming councillors that these are the roadblocks I had, or these are the successes I had, and things you can duplicate during the semester. So I feel like that could also be a great resource. But definitely just even CUSA and execs in general, having a lot of that information coming to them and having prior experience. And I feel like sometimes even within the CUSA execs, we have people that are going in maybe their second year in the association, or luckily for CUSA, we also have a bunch of staff working and assisting. So I feel like CUSA execs have generally a lot of resources, but so they have difficulties in trying to help the councillors gain more information, connecting them to that will not be too much of a difficulty. And I believe I definitely will be able to make those connections between incoming council members.
So aside from the training sessions that VP Internal, I believe, is responsible for new counselors, I would make sure that any information about procedure and policy is available to counselors. And what I mean by that is, as VP Internal, it would be my responsibility to ensure that I'm educated on the proper governance, procedure, policy of CUSA Council and CUSA in general. So if I'm able to have that information, to stay updated on that information constantly, it would make me more approachable by CUSA counselors if they have questions about policy and procedure. And I would also prioritize making sure that policy and procedure is clearly available in documents on the website, so that if counselors do have questions, they're able to access those policies and procedures quickly and easily. And I would make myself always available to questions by counselors in terms of policy.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, yeah. My question's twofold, but well, I'll start with the first one and then ask another question. Okay, so in terms of policy creation, would you describe your style as collaborative? Would you work on policies against the wishes of your team members, or would you work on policies in collaboration with your team based on the ongoing needs of the organization and any other student needs that arise?
So thank you for the question. I would prioritize taking a collaborative approach. Obviously, I have my own priorities in terms of policies, in terms of reforms, but I would make sure that I'm collaborating with other CUSA executives. Clearly, if there's a policy that I'm interested in implementing and CUSA Council or other executives are not supported, is not supportive of it, I could not really go through with that policy. And I would make sure that I'm accountable, for example, to the president-elect, who would be the head of the CUSA executive in general. President-elect has his own agenda to implement, and as VP Internal, it would be my responsibility to try and help the president-elect implement that agenda as much as I can in my current role. And in terms of communicating and collaborating with CUSA Council, any priorities I have, I would make sure that I'm collaborating with CUSA Council, that I'm having both informal discussions with counselors to gauge support, to make sure that I'm crafting policy in the proper way that people are going to be supportive of, and also making sure that I'm presenting that policies in front of council, making it very clear what it is, having the documents available for all councillors.
Once again, Anastasia, for that question. I think working for policy, creating policies for the student population, considering how diverse the student population is at Carleton, I think it would be, I guess, in a way, not to work properly if you don't work in a way collaboratively with other people. So it makes a lot of sense to try your best to reach out to different students and bring out the best policy possible for students, and using the council as a great resource, and also fellow execs to create policy is definitely a good way to go. But I definitely know that individuals also have different plans and things that they might draw nearer to, and I'm sure there's always a team or people that might draw near to those ideas. A great example was just even looking at the debates that happened in the last annual meeting. You see that even though it's a friendly debate, but people have opinions and different drawings to different things, and it could easily be a referendum or just changing of the description of a job, or there are different things come up, and there's always those disparities. But if elected for the position, I definitely would have my own individual stance on some things. But I think it's always smarter to try and communicate that to other people, just so it makes whatever you're doing more substantial and more beneficial to the content community.
Thank you.
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
Just make sure to hold your legs to the thing, and then also speak up for us over here. Yeah, thank you.
So we're about at half an hour. So if there's any more questions, can you maybe let's have a queue and then cut it off with a couple, 2-3 more max questions. I saw 1, 2, 3.
Actually, I have a question more for the candidates, more of like a point of information, if that's what's called.
Point of information. Okay, sure.
Because of like the number of candidates and the board meeting that I believe was mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, is it possible to have like an approximate number of questions that will be asked? Maybe 5-7 questions for each position, just.
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately up to council how long they want this to go. I think we were at 6 questions so far, and then we have 3 more in the queue. So that seems like a reasonable number to me. But at the end of the day, it's up to council how long they want this to go. I'll stay for as long as council keeps me here for. So. Okay.
CUSA is a pro-reproductive rights and justice organization. What is your stance on the organization taking such positions, and how will you use your role to ensure student voices are amplified?
So I do recognize that a large part of CUSA is student advocacy, that CUSA takes certain positions on issues that Carleton students are passionate about, and CUSA counselors being democratically elected by the Carleton people, it's very important that they have a say in that advocacy, that if something is voted on by the CUSA council, that the executive support it. Ultimately, as VP Internal, I'd be accountable again to the CUSA council. So if that is the official position on whatever issue, no matter what the issue is, if it's supported by CUSA council, that's something as an executive that I would support, just because you, the democratically elected councilors, have made that position. And that's not only on the issue that Haley mentioned, but any issue at all, any motion adopted by CUSA council.
Just to clarify, Haley, in terms of your question, you're saying CUSA supports more reproductive rights, and okay.
Yes, we're a pro-reproductive rights and justice organization.
I definitely, reproductive rights in general, I feel like sometimes is a controversial topic, because obviously people have different views on how they see things. But I feel like as a society, it's definitely very, very important that we notice how, or we make mention how like it is important for women in general to have control over their bodies, or to to be able to just looking at more of the safety aspect of things. So individually, I've grown in how my perception of how looking at this that topic, but in terms of health and in terms of a society that tries to protect those human rights in general. If that was a topic to bring up, it's definitely something I'll advocate and support.
Thank you. Did you, Anastasia, and then the gentleman? Or do you have one too as well? Okay, so we'll have the final three there in a row, and then we'll cut it off.
All right. So my question is, what plans do you have for collaboration with other university organizations like CASG or RA, or on the larger spectrum of university stakeholders more broadly, university policies or stuff like that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's a great question. I feel like obviously being Ottawa, the capital, that there's a lot of campuses and having a lot of also great events and engagements in our community. So just to be able to create even more amazing connections and networking between students, it's important to branch out to those communities. I know for sure that the University of Ottawa, even though they have been a rivalry and competition, there's always two moments of collaboration between them, having amazing different clubs also going on in those spaces. So in terms of different also clubs or associations they have or societies they have on campus, I definitely see that could be an opportunity to collaborate, put together and create something beautiful for us community in general. So that's definitely something I'm looking forward to with different campuses, not just even in the Ottawa area, but in different parts of Canada.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. Within Carleton in general, I think it's really important to collaborate with other major student societies, for example, CASG, to keep open lines of communication with other societies, to make sure that we can collaborate as CUSA together with them on different kinds of policies, on events, etc. And in terms of collaborating with different universities, I think it's incredibly important as CUSA that we can look at other student governance associations at different universities, collaborate them, but also see what we can learn from them. Each university has their own policies that they have, their own formats of government within student societies. And we can look at, for example, student government at U of Ottawa or Queen's or other universities, see what they're doing, for example, in terms of club funding, and reflect on that and bring back policies to Carleton, to CUSA that might be beneficial. So I think we should prioritize more CUSA, collaborating with other student associations with different universities, and reflecting on their policies to see what we can bring back to Carleton to make CUSA better.
Okay, my question is, in terms of the club's oversight commission, do you intend to encourage the commission to adopt better policies to ensure that every funding and or other decision being made across each club is equitable and set by clear standards, or will you continue on with a more case-by-case approach?
So you're asking kind of like a more clear-cut format in terms of club funding?
Yes, like, okay. So what are your, do you intend to ensure that more policies are put into, or more sort of structure within the club's oversight commission to ensure that every decision being made is equitable and has clear set of guidelines and structure so that each decision is being made, not so much on a case-by-case basis, but with clear boundaries and.
No, so I think that's definitely really important that when CUSA offers funding to clubs, that funding is being used for what it's supposed to, that it's supporting equity, diversity, and inclusion within clubs. I think that reviewing the structure and the current rules within CUSA clubs and the Oversight Commission and how it distributes funding would be important to make sure that funding is going out in a manner that's equitable, that clubs are receiving funding proportional to the amount they've requested, and also the size of the club and the events they're holding, etc. So I'm not too familiar on the current exact policies of the club's oversight commission, but getting into the role of VP internal, I would prioritize reviewing those and making sure that they are structured properly. And if there are any gaps, of course, that is something that I would prioritize addressing, obviously with the help of CUSA Council and the CUSA board.
Yeah, thank you again, Anna, for that question. I believe a mix kind of both of those two styles of approaching the oversight committee in general would be beneficial. I think I feel like having an equitable approach to clubs and not like putting any club above another club is a good approach to have, because each club has its own each club and society has its own way of improving the campus and has its own way of contributing to campus. But at the same time, a case-to-case basis is also kind of important in a way, because obviously each club is not the same. There are clubs that have lasted longer on campus, there are clubs that are bigger. So I wouldn't say that approaching just to a newer club, that, because I'm sure there's probably going to be a new club that even starts this year, it's not going to be smart to probably handle that club as the same way you handle a club that's probably like maybe the Islamic Association, for example, that's been on campus for a very long time and maybe has a bigger student group. So I believe definitely a mix of both. No club shouldn't be prioritized over others in a way, but at the same time, having that kind of case-to-case approach is also very important, because clubs are also very, very unique in their way and their contributions to the campus community.
Yeah, my name is Jordan. I'm an outgoing FPA counselor this year. So my question is, first, can you describe your involvement in CUSA programming, events, advocacy campaigns, etc. over the past year? Also, and then the second part of this question is, what is your stance on external student advocacy groups such as CFS, CUSA, or CUSA, sorry, etc. CUSA.
Ontario
CUSA.
Undergraduate Student Association or Alliance.
Two-part question. The first one.
Involvement, I believe also that's something confidence that makes me a better candidate for this position, in that I've had a lot of experience even for my first year at volunteering for different just volunteering for CUSA in general. Just coming in my first year, I definitely saw the impact of things. For example, as I mentioned earlier, like the CUSA Club Expo, sorry. And I was definitely involved in that a little bit, in just at the end of the event, sharing down things, arranging some of the equipment that students brought to advertise their clubs on campus. So that was one of my first experiences with just volunteering. As I mentioned earlier, to being part of different other clubs on campus also kind of made me more aware of CUSA in general and things that CUSA does on campus. So just one of the clubs I was part of was PSA, for example, as one of the events coordinator, and also the CUSA association on campus, which is the Nigerian Association. And that also kind of gave me more awareness of like how working with CUSA can be very beneficial for a club and could help different other clubs and societies on campus grow and increase. So that's definitely been a few of my experiences with CUSA in general, the organization. Also just look at CUSA execs in the past being very, very friendly, students in general. I've definitely seen a lot of them had relationships, been inspired by them to even then want to run for this position. So that's just having those relationships with them. They would easily just invite me for an event or post something on their social media, and I'll be aware of that and going to the event. I feel and helping out as little as you can has been a few of my experiences with those things. In terms of the other external organizations you mentioned on campus, I won't say that I have specific experiences with most of them. I'm definitely aware of them, and I believe for this position, I'll be gain more information about services they provide on campus, and definitely be open to collaborate and create amazing events as well.
So thank you for the question. In terms of my involvement in volunteering with CUSA, I've been a volunteer for the Unified Support Center now for a little while, and I really appreciate that the service they do, from Safe Walk services, the walk and talk services, and also the food hamper. It's an amazing service that I find most Carleton students don't know about, even those in CUSA aren't totally aware of what they do and the services they provide. It is insane how many food hampers that the USC provides on a weekly basis. It is astonishing. And I know the USC is having trouble in terms of procuring food. They get a lot of their food from donations from the Ottawa Food Bank. For example, the referendum, though, on the fee levy for USC was an attempt to raise funding for them to try and be able to get more food for their food hamper services and to raise services in terms of safe walk and walk and talk. So I think it's really important that CUSA Council and everyone recognizes the awesome work that service centers like the USC, the Women's Center, the Wellness Center, for example, do, because they really are phenomenal service centers. And as well, I think it would be important for Carleton in general as a university and CUSA to recognize the volunteers. I know countless volunteers for the USC, for example, that dedicate so much volunteer time. Like we're talking 4, 8, 12 hours a week just to running these service centers. And they are truly exceptional people that do great work for the Carleton community. So as VP Internal, specifically, I would try to make sure that we are recognizing more these amazing volunteers, perhaps an award within CUSA for them because they do exceptional work. In terms of involvement with external organizations, there has been controversy, as we all know, surrounding CUSA involved organizations, and I think it's important to approach those kinds of circumstances with open dialogue, obviously within the organization and also with Carleton students in general, to make sure that we are open, posting statements on social media, that we are having lively debate about these issues. When you have, for example, views that are totally inappropriate on campus, it's important that CUSA Council and the executive are very clear with those views. And in terms of involvement with CUSA, with the Ontario Students Association, for example, I think it's important as CUSA that we look at the benefits that we have from those services, but also look at what are the drawbacks are and to make decisions based on that. So as VP Internal, I don't know a huge amount about those kinds of Ontario or Canada-wide student associations, but I would make sure that I'm supporting the opinion of CUSA Council and that I'm learning more about these organizations, as I know, for example, that there have been referendums on involvement with the Canada-wide student association.
Thank you. And we got a final request for a final question in the back.
I'm so sorry, I just really needed the question answer session to the core of what we get means. And the other thing is I would really encourage council-elects to ask questions because these are going to be executives. As VP Internal, what is your potential VP Internal? What are your opinions on our current committee structure and how do you see council committees operating within CUSA when it comes to collaborating with the council, as well as the joint committees that we have with the board, and how or what would you like to change?
So I think committees are extremely important. They provide CUSA with the ability to look at specific issues. For example, the club committee or the former electoral reform committee, they're incredibly important to analyzing and looking at specific issues that the executive or CUSA council might not have the opportunity to look at more in the general meetings. So I would prioritize supporting committees. As VP Internal, I would make sure that committees have all the proper documents that they're able. I would prioritize making sure that my clerking as VP Internal of the CUSA Clubs Oversight Commission is done in an effective manner to make sure that that committee can do the work that it's supposed to. So in all, I think supporting committees is very important as they do a lot of integral work at CUSA that's not necessarily in the public limelight, but they do really important work in supporting CUSA and supporting Carleton students in general.
Thanks for that question. I'll definitely be touching in on other points I mentioned earlier, in that obviously the council committee plays a significant role as well in not just electing the incoming CUSA execs, but also just in advocating for their different faculties and groups. Probably definitely a change I would want to make is making the general student body aware of how powerful some of these council positions are, in that they're obviously representatives of their different faculties, and also go as far as also being participating in the democratic process of electing the CUSA execs. So I feel like there's definitely more awareness that could be brought, especially in those different roles, to making sure that students participate in, also I think trying to increase participation in students knowing the people they're going to be bringing into office, and also people that might be interested in having different changes or want to voice out different opinions and might want to bring to CUSA. Having those connections and knowing their CUSA counselors, I think that's also an issue sometimes. Even with the CUSA execs, sometimes people are not aware of these are the people in these roles. How can I communicate to them? How can I voice out some of my issues? But yeah, I think going back to your other question, because it's like a two-part question, working collaboratively with them in just appreciating the fact that they took out their time, elected you for the role, and I think a key part of my of this position I was when thinking about the different things you're supposed to be doing. I believe a big part of that is just service, and that goes to CUSA council members and also CUSA execs. So knowing that part of your role as that you're elected to serve and to work for the council committee in general, I'll be definitely bringing the understanding to the position and working with my council members to make sure that I can achieve their own plans and visions for and reasons for running for that position, but also my own ambitions for the roles and seeing the ways we can collaborate and make something out of that collaboration.
Okay, thank you very much, Alvin and Logan. So that'll conclude the candidates Q&A for the Vice President internal position. We will now move to Vice President student issues. If those candidates could come on up, please.
I'm just gonna go out. I don't miss this. Why? See what happens.
Sir.
Are we doing hotter?
I got one of these questions. The questions were actually just
If people really need that, but I was just gonna keep going.
I don't understand. Max is a series of 10 questions. You guys just
I think we'll just keep going. If people need to go, though. And just for everyone's sake, should you line up in alphabetical order from, by the way, you're on the ballot, just so, like, by last name, just so you know. Elvara is first. Taser, Raiden, Veronica, Ruth, and Amelia. It's by just so if people forget names. Okay, quiet everyone.
Does everyone get a time limit to answer? Like, do you have a time limit?
I'm going to for this.
Okay.
Okay, so we're now moving to the Vice President Student Issues. We have 6 candidates. Given the number of candidates, I'm going to ask that responses be capped. Try and stay between a minute, no more than a minute and a half. Just given it would be times 3 the length of the last time if we were going by the same math. So please try to keep answers about a minute. And any questions online, same thing. Please message or raise your hand. And if you could just please all just say your name quickly, just so everyone remembers who you are, and then we'll start taking questions. Yes, and sorry, and then we'll start on the left and go down the row, and then for each question we'll alternate who goes first. So then we'll just move it down one person who starts and cycle through just to keep it fair. With 2, we just went back and forth. It was easy, but so we'll just make sure there's a new person starting each time. Thanks. Yes, please.
Abu Abdul Sadiq. My name is Abu Abdul Sadiq.
Hello, my name is Taysir Ben Shuban.
I'm Raiden Dean.
I am Veronica Dinza.
Hello, I'm Ruth Nabosi.
Hi, I'm Emilia Dizizush Peixoto.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and please keep in mind, speak loudly into the mic for those online and speak loudly in general for those in the room. Yes, we'll start with a question in the back.
Hi there, my name is Cassie. I'm an outgoing head counselor, third-year aerospace student, and very involved in the student issues of specifically engineering students, which comprise over 20% of our campus and undergraduate students. As I'm sure you can appreciate, we have a lot of candidates, and for our very busy group of counselors, it was really tough to take a really thorough look between all of your platforms, which we do appreciate that you set forward. My question is can you give us a little bit of information of what you think differentiates you from the other candidates? What makes you different? What are you bringing to the table that your other candidates are not?
Yeah, basically, I'm Egyptian, okay, and I'm an executive for Egyptian Student Association, my homeland, for 2 years now, and also I am under chemistry department, and I have joined my department society, which is chemistry and biochemistry, and I am a representative this year. Moreover, in my first year I have lived on campus for 3 semesters. Yeah, basically it was fall, winter, and the summer. All of that just make me think dealing with all of the issues that students had on campus and in my department and even with other associations also volunteering here and there just make me think I would be a good candidate for VP student issues, as I'm aware of all of these issues. Also attending some CUSA event last year and reading all the rule descriptions. Yeah, that basically what made me think I would be a good fit for the role.
Hello, thank you for the question. I'm a political activist and a campaign organizer, and I think what sets my policy plans apart is the fact that I really want to tackle the structural issues that we have on campus. So differential tuition fees, for example, the fact that there are no price roofs on international student fees that goes outside of the university, but really tackling those issues that affect our lives, the student body, or daily lives in big ways. So not only focusing and putting focus on spreading awareness and awareness campaigns, but also pushing back the university when it comes to issues that will make substantial changes in our lives, right? That's really what I think would set me apart. The fact putting a focus really on advocating on behalf of the student body for issues that are really necessary nowadays, especially post-pandemic and with rising costs and inflation and everything, and advocating again for policies that will be very impactful to our lives.
As I'm sure some of you, if not all of you, are aware, I'm extremely passionate about accessibility on campus. That's definitely going to be one of my main focuses. But I'm also super open to any issues that anyone's facing. I intend to have sit down face-to-face meetings with everybody or anybody who has anything that they feel needs to be heard. I've been working at Ollie's for a really long time, and I've heard my fair share of students' issues, and I just want to make sure that those voices are heard louder than just on the other side of the bar.
All right. So as a first generation student who grew up in a low economic household, there's a lot of issues that are close to my heart. I also have been extremely involved on campus since I've started. I founded Innocence Carleton, which is an organization on campus that focuses on educating the public on wrongful convictions. I'm also the founder of the Human Rights Society on campus, and I've been a part of numerous other clubs and organizations on campus. My perspective the position VP Student Issues is to really go and attack those things that we're not actually doing. We do a lot of surface level things. How can we look good? How can we make the organization look good? But what about students who are actually struggling to pay for tuition, to pay for books? That's something that I struggle with, and it's a constant worry in my life, how I'm gonna get everything, organized. So that's kind of my different approach. I am very humbled to be here. I've been here before. But I really want to no longer be like a glorified party planning organization and actually target real issues and support the student body as much as possible. And really collaboration is my biggest one.
So that was a really good question. And to add to that, I think I'm different from the other candidates in the fact that I've been a volunteer for many different CUSA clubs and associations. For example, I volunteer with the Women's Center, the Wellness Center, the Unified Support Center, and for many events with many other service centers, for example, the Student Experience Office, RISE, and at least 5 more CUSA clubs or service centers. And because of that, I've seen so many things that these CUSA clubs and service centers do for current student issues. And I think I have a good idea of how I can add to that and help them further their mission so we can all work together as a whole to help with these issues. All the other things that I mentioned in my campaign, I believe I have very much like similar to all the other candidates. So that's the biggest thing I would say for me.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I think for myself, as I've mentioned, I've been able to really position myself within the Carleton community this year. I am on Clubs Oversight Commission. I am the president of OLAS. So just those two things in itself, I've been able to learn a lot about what the student body needs and how the student body functions. Aside from that, I'm also the current programming coordinator at RISE. So I've been able to host a successful Black History Month. And I've really been able to, meet more of the team and who's involved at CUSA, right? So just that foundational aspect of I know who to approach. I'm not afraid to approach these people, and hopefully I've made myself approachable. But I think what sets me apart, aside from my experience, is that, especially with you being an engineer, I know it's a very stressful faculty to be a part of. And, I really want to focus on the structural aspect of things in terms of where's the first place that our issues can be resolved. And like I mentioned, is that I really want to ensure that all faculties have the resources that CUSA advocates for on their course outlines, right? There should be a place where students should see everything outlined. It should say where RISE is, it should say where the Women's Center is, where Wellness Center is, and also where they can contact these support lines, right? No one should have to struggle, no one should have to be alone and feel like they can't get these things that they are paying for. Because for me, my first year when I was here, I did not know anything about this. So definitely tackling things at the forefront of everything.
Okay, thank you. Just start a queue. If there's, okay, so. Okay, you're just seeing the three. So we have Faris, Anastasia, and then the corner.
Okay, so my question is, what experience do you have in creating social awareness campaigns? Part of the student issues portfolio is to host campaigns like Pop the Stigma, continue ongoing campaigns before Play Ask, but also to create newer campaigns depending on the nature and the demographic. For example, I hosted for the first time Mosaic, International Students and Racialized campaign. So what experiences do you have, and what plans do you have to continue these campaigns or create new campaigns for the Carleton community?
Thank you for that question. Campaigns are really an essential part of our academic lives because firstly, it just gives students a sense of empowerment. It allows students to take these leadership positions and guide other students as role models, for instance. So having those campaigns is primordial. I'm sorry. So continuing the current campaigns that we have, such as Pop the Stigma, for example, Black History Month, is a great idea, and building upon those campaigns, of course, but also not only that, and ensuring that we're constantly reviewing the campaigns that we have and adding new campaigns that are more relevant, because our needs again change every single year, right? So adding, for example, restating Advocacy Week, for instance, to kind of facilitate those discussions between government officials like MPs and MPPs and students. These are people that can make changes to our lives through legislation. So meeting with them and being able to talk with them, having those discussions is a great way to hopefully get some things done. Other campaigns, for instance, towards the beginning of the fall term, would be nice to have a specific campaign geared toward international students that come here and face culture shock. They're unsure about a lot of financial matters. So having financial literacy included in sort of a campaign like that. An idea I put in my policy handbook was to implement a buddy system for new international students. So you would pair up two students, for instance, one that just started and one in the later years, and give them fun challenges to do together, right? To help these new international students get settled in Ottawa and learn more about their university, their campus, right? So having those campaigns is really important. Not only having awareness campaigns, but also campaigns where we try to teach students the power they have within the university, which positions they can run for on the Senate, on the Board of Governors, on council, right? Letting students know that they have the power to make some change, and that's something that's not currently done, sadly.
I think your question was geared towards like Ferris. I think your question was geared towards like experience that we have with running campaigns. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have a whole lot of experience running campaigns. I've been a frosh leader at a few universities, including U Ottawa, which was kind of funny. But I'm also super invested, and like I really do want to reach out to a lot more people. I think that CUSA has kind of been not on the slacking side, but definitely we've taken a huge hit since the pandemic. I can remember pre-pandemic, you know, there was like every time I would walk through the 4th floor, there was always something going on, and there was always like lines for it and everything. But like since like we've kind of opened back up again, I haven't really seen much of that. I definitely think that we need to have more events, bigger events, and just kind of increase our awareness amongst like the student population. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be hopefully looking forward to like working with my fellow VPs and yourself to you know, make more events happen and make sure that more people are aware of them.
Well, thank you for the question. Like I said, I am a part of Innocence Carleton, which I created here a couple of years ago. With Innocence Carleton, we've been able to advocate for the wrongfully convicted, and what we do is an event called Wrongful Conviction Day, which is a campaign to educate people on wrongful convictions and promote changes in the justice system. With that campaign, we were able to go global and work with a lot of other universities like U of T and U Ottawa. So we're like kind of worldwide, and I work with the Innocence Network. So working, you know, campaigns and advocacy is a big part of like what I do. As well as being a part of the Human Rights Society, really advocating for change, and within the Carleton community. I just want to highlight 2 of my campaigns that I'm talking about within my policy points. One is called Dear Body, which is a campaign for awareness on eating disorders and to get more resources for students struggling with that. Here we don't have a center, but there is the Hopeful Support Center at in Ottawa. And so that campaign is really on appreciating our own bodies and understanding our relationship with food and how to work towards breaking down the barriers of body image and understanding like our own beauty and understanding like how to improve our own self-esteem, which is a lot of parts what inhibits us from actually being successful in every level of our lives. And just another campaign I have is a sexual assault awareness campaign called Reclaiming My Voice. There's a lot of sexual assault survivors who are struggling, and I want to change the narrative of how we approach sexual assault. It's not, here, let's learn how to do this and learn about consent, which are all really important things, but being there for the survivors and having peer groups and opportunities for people to express, you know, their experiences and work together to create a more community to help survivors. So that's 2 of my campaigns that I hope to work on potentially. Yeah, thank you very much.
So yeah, very good question. And for me, since I've been involved in so many CUSA clubs and service centers, I think the main things I've done to help with campaigns are with the Wellness Center. I've helped with many of their campaigns in the past as a programming volunteer. For example, the campaign they have this week actually for like mental wellness. And I've also helped the Women's Center with many of their smaller events, which maybe wouldn't be considered campaigns, but very close to that. And as well with the Unified Support Center, I helped in the campaigning for the referendum to increase the fee for the Unified Support Center, which would be really important since they do help a lot of students in need with food, safe walks, and all those kinds of things. And as well, last semester, as you remember, I was also part of the CUSA Mosaic campaign and the video and everything. So that was a very wonderful experience, and I really hope to like continue many of the campaigns that the current student issues VP has done in the past. So I found all those campaigns like very useful and maybe kind of tweaking them a little bit, but obviously keeping the same concepts since I thought they were really interesting. And as well, some of the campaigns I hope to implement in the future, if I have the chance to, are campaigns related to accessibility and mental health and mental wellness, especially during exam season.
All right, at this point in my life, I've considered myself like an event coordinator because of the amount of events that I've thrown here at Carleton or helped put together. In the beginning of the school year, I put together the Frosh Salsa Night with Olas. I also was on the working committee for Mosaic and actually I came up with the name Mosaic, which I'm really proud of. But aside from that, and all the events that I've thrown, even with Black History Month, it was a lot, but it was like nice to be able to connect with people outside of the university. And that is, I guess, a strength that I do bring. I have a lot of resources outside of university, whether it be restaurants, whether it be people who are within the arts, who are creatives and whatnot, and just being able to bring that here onto campus to better the student experience, but also most importantly, like focusing on intersectionality. Just yesterday, I had an event with CUSA and ASA with Olas, and we had like our final like Black History Month event. And to some it might be like, oh, it was just another party, but no, like it was something where we were able to bring up 2 other clubs who have completely different like narratives and backgrounds together to show that like, yes, like there's Black people in so many different places, and like, why should we work against each other? Like we should come together, right? And in terms of some of the campaigns that I plan to create if I am elected the position, I really want to kind of branch off the Pop the Stigma campaign and create something that will be called If the Walls Could Speak. And this would be like more of a creative idea where we would have like students and maybe other Ottawa creatives and artists come to campus and actually like add to the murals that we have on campus in the tunnels, because there's so much space like that, it's just blank and it's empty, and it's kind of like depressing, for a better lack of words, like when you're walking there. And on these murals they'll have like different they'll have different words of affirmation in different languages to show that this is a place where all are welcome and all can find their home away from home.
Yeah, in terms of campaigns, I didn't really experience a lot of campaigns, but again, as an international student and dealing with all of the associations I have dealt with and experienced all the issues, I just thought, I know how to address the issues and basically solve them. And if we're gonna talk about the campaigns, we need to talk about maybe the duties that for VB issues has to do, which is creating campaigns for mental health. And mental health is a really important issue we have. And my plan for this is basically I'm gonna keep the current plan from the VB student issues, which is Bob the Stigma, and this together, and maybe creating more campaigns like Let's Talk, which was held in 2021 on Bell, but it actually stopped. So basically redoing it. And also one of the campaigns I'm gonna do is Mindful October, which is if I'm elected for sure. It's basically gonna be a campaign where we're gonna have a daily activities, okay, where we're gonna basically encourage students do mindfulness activities like deep breathing or mindful walking, stuff like that. So basically, it's gonna start in the month of October, where the Awareness Week starts, and it's gonna continue even after the Awareness Week for the whole month of October. Also, a really important issue would be the minority and xenophobia here in campus. And my plan for this, basically, we're gonna cooperate with some association like MSA, Asian Student Association, African Student Association, to raise their voice, basically. And yeah, to basically combat any Islamophobia, Asiaphobia, and any xenophobia they might experience on campus. Other thing is that final literacy. And to final literacy, we're gonna basically hold a lot of. Okay. Another thing. So final literacy, we're gonna hold multiple workshops, not just in the final literacy week, but during the whole year, that can basically teach students how to do budgeting, final management, and also other skills, even time management, that they need to have to succeed on campus life. Yeah, another thing also.
Okay. Thank you. That'll be time. If I tell you to wrap up, please just finish your, like, if you're in the middle of a sentence, finish that sentence, finish the thought in like 10, 15 seconds, please. Next question.
Okay, so CUSA does far more than quote-unquote party planning and surface level initiatives. Our new structure has created an organization that emphasizes EDI, advocacy initiatives, student advising support, transparency, and accountability. A large part of the VPSI position is supporting students in university cases and advising them in general. Are you aware of the various stakeholders across campus that you would advise students to contact based on the resources they need? For example, what would be the correct office to work with if it is an international student case, if it is a sexual assault violence case, etc.?
I'm sorry, could you speak up?
Okay, do you
I
want
couldn't
the
hear you.
question?
Yeah, I couldn't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
Okay, CUSA does far more than quote-unquote party planning and surface-level initiatives. Our new structure has created an organization that emphasizes EDI, advocacy initiatives, student advising and support, transparency, and accountability. A large part of the VPSI position is supporting students in university cases and advising them in general. Are you aware of the various stakeholders across campus that you would advise students to contact based on the resources they need? For example, what would be the office to work with if it is an international student case, if it is a sexual violence or assault case, and so forth? Are you confident that that you know which department to reach out to based on that student's need?
Okay, good question. To be completely honest with you, I'm not 100% confident in every single case-by-case basis that may arise, but that's part of what the transition period's for, and I think that with that, I see no issues in being able to comfortably send someone to the right place.
Thank you. Yeah, so, as being on, like, it's my 4th year at Carleton. If I could go to ISSO, if I wanted, an international student, if I wanted to go, if it was a mental health issue, we can go to the, health and counseling services or the wellness center. So I am pretty well versed on a lot of the services at Carleton. A lot of my policies and my policy handbook really works on collaboration with a lot of these service centers and organizations on campus. Again, like I said, when I was talking about my campaign, we don't have an organization here for people dealing with eating disorders, so there is like an external source. So if there isn't something or someplace on campus, I know there's other places within Ottawa, but especially when it comes to mental health, as someone struggling with mental health issues, I know exactly like where I would, how I could support students, and yeah.
So I definitely am also well versed in like where you could go for different support systems for Carleton. So for example, what you mentioned the sexual assault and international students, right? Okay, so yeah, so for international students, definitely the ISSO, so the International Students Office, which deals with everything related to like help for international students, and they also have like external resources for specific like different niches of international student issues. And for the sexual assault one, when I was doing training for peer support volunteer for the Women's Center and the Wellness Center, we learned about all these different resources. So the main one is Carleton Health and Counseling to help with free counseling for any survivors of sexual assault. And as well, these service centers, those are more like smaller scale. So you could go to the Wellness Center or the Women's Center for free peer support for those cases. And as well, with the Unified Support Center, they have a lot of resources for students in need. So they have a whole like list of people you can contact and places you could go for any issues related to like financial need, food need, first aid kits, all that kind of stuff.
So yes, being a part of one of the service centers myself, I am very well acquainted with a lot of the people in the service centers, with the GSRC, with CDAC, with Mwandaseg, with women's wellness, everything. And as you mentioned, which is such a good point, being trained in like peer support training, I think the first thing that's really important that you mentioned, Anastasia, is that like people should be able to come to me first, and I should be like almost like just that first person, that initial like, okay, like let's break things down, let's really discuss like what's going on right now, right? And I mean, I always try to make myself as approachable so that people can feel comfortable, and especially being in this position, there's times where like you really have to take on that role and you have to be there for, of course, the student body. But from there, I would assess the situation and be like, okay, like maybe you would fit in like this area, or maybe you'd be comfortable here. Also, being able to contact like other places like the Student Life, Raven Student Life, and Umoja, which is something that's up and coming now at Carleton, which is for any ABC students, which is African, Black, and Caribbean students. So just being able to have a place, or being able to show students that there are these resources here on campus where they can be comfortable, and also focusing on that element of intersectionality, right? Like maybe you don't want to just go speak with someone who's in the wellness center. Maybe you want to speak with someone who's in the GSRC because you're a part of that community, or you want to speak with someone at Rise because you're a part of that community. So yeah.
Yeah. So backing to your first part of your question, you were speaking about the EDI policy, right? Yeah, backing to your first part of your question, you were speaking about the EDI policy, if I'm not wrong.
Well, that was more of like my preamble to my question. It's more about what if you're aware of the various departments on campus and where you would advise a student to go. Should they come to you for support in a student case, or should they come to you looking for resources? Would you know how to respond? Would you know which department to connect them with?
Yeah. So again, yeah, for international students would be of course ISSO, and which has also different services. Again, I have dealt with them a lot, of course, in case of immigration, work, and everything related to any international student, it would be ISSO. But for sexual assault, we actually don't have a sexual assault center on campus. We have the health control center. And this was part of my plan and my agenda, if that was sent to all of the counselors, is that we need to build a sexual assault center. So any for the survivors, basically, it will help them to overcome the situation. Also, it would help. It will increase the security of the campus, and yeah.
So of course, being VPSI is sort of also not only being an advocate for student issues, but also being a sort of a counselor, right? Students should feel safe to come to you whenever they're in trouble or they're in need, and you need that ability to refer them to the centers that will most likely help them. Again, like the Women's Center, ISSO for international students, Rise if they feel like they're being marginalized somehow. Depending on how they're experiencing again life on campus, but not only counseling and referring students to specific service centers, but also trying to tackle the issue at its root, right? So if we take the issues of mental health issues that we have on campus, for instance, currently the university relies on ancillary fees to fund the university center, right? So we pay $2 or something per term for that. Pushing the university to pay or grant more money from their budget, again, our tuition, right? And not relying only on ancillary fees to fund those centers, right? That would go a long way to having more counseling options, more services for students who are in need, right? Within CUSA itself, reallocating money to fund the service centers that receive a lot of influx, that receive a lot of students, again, like wellness. So taking money away from some places and putting them in the service centers that require a lot of students. But to do that, we need to pass referendums. To pass referendums, we need to let students know that they can pass referendums and that they can vote and that they need to vote. These are the decisions that you can make. They're in your hands. So everything is like a cogs in a machine, right? If you want to change one thing, we need to address a plethora of other issues, right? So it's not only counseling, but also addressing the issues at their roots.
Thank you. Your next question.
Hello, so yeah, I'm Counselor O'Granick. So my question is, so over the past year, a large amount of Carleton students have been affected by international crisis. For example, the war in Ukraine or the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Many of these students never received support from Carleton University or the International Student Service Office, which made students feel helpless and alone. For these students who are affected by international crisis currently and in the future, how will you help and advocate for these students? But most importantly, what resources and support systems are you planning on creating?
Thank you. That's a great question. So, as someone who's very passionate about human rights and a part of the, the founder of Human Rights Society, this year has been really disheartening. And some of my policy points was to really recreate some of these like bursaries and redistribute money. I know money is not the only solution, but it's like one step to help people who are struggling and suffering. So, a lot of the things that we have are merit-based and not necessarily when it comes to specific circumstances. So, when it comes to the war and everything going on, we should have bursaries that are easily, given to students who are struggling and suffering. And it shouldn't be just an Instagram post to be like, oh, we support you. Not that I'm saying that's not helpful, but there's just such a lack of support when it comes to these issues. So that's one of my things, is to redistribute our money and, not that we shouldn't have events, but really like support students firsthand. As someone not experiencing those things, I don't want to say this is what I would do, because I've never been in that situation, but only the students in those situations can tell us what they want and how we can support them better. That might be like an easy way out of the question, but I generally think for me to stand here and be like, this is what we should do for something I've never experienced, I don't know, but I know financially that always helps a little bit. So that's where I would start.
So that's definitely a big issue I would like to address as if I were elected, since that was part of my campaign. And the biggest things I think we could do specifically to help students of international crises is, first of all, make a club for like generally students of international crises and run it by students who have had some experience or like direct experience with international crises, so they can like help advocate along with me, of course, to like the whole student population about these crises. So I know there are some clubs that do this, but they've done this for specific crises. For example, the issue in Turkey, Pakistan, Ukraine, but those were just a few of all of the crises that exist around the world that we don't even know about. Another thing is in our syllabus. So for example, you can defer exams, assignments, things like that, but most of the time the professors aren't really lenient towards students who have experienced like secondhand issues, for example, mental health, their families are in need, for crises. So I feel like in a syllabus, we should have an option for deferring these things due to things that are caused by an international crisis happening at the moment. So it'll be a really big thing as well. And I also think for every CUSA center CUSA club or center that focuses on mental health, we should have them be like mandatory, well-versed in like international crises and how that affects mental health. So that can be a big part of how they operate and help students.
Thank you for the question. One of the things that I wish to advocate for is actually creating an emergency funds for crises that happen, for whoever. It's like you've mentioned, like it's been a very difficult year, and being someone who's a part of a cultural club, and I've seen things that have happened, and I mean, all as we do, our events are for charity to better the lives of people back home. Just seeing that, it's definitely something that I definitely want to work with clubs and see like, okay, like if you identify with this group or with this situation, like how do you feel like we can help? I think that's the first thing that needs to be done. And of course, even looking outside of the Carleton community and finding these people or communities within Ottawa that can also help us support and let us know like, okay, what is it that we need, right? Because I can't advocate for everyone because I can't relate to everyone in that sense, right? But now it's like, okay, now that we know like this is what needs to happen, let's move forward and let's do this, right? And also ensuring that within our service centers that they are equipped in a sense to deal with situations like this. Like no one should feel like they were ignored or pushed to the side because somebody in that area didn't understand like what they're going through, right? Like we have to work together and we have to make sure that we are finding solutions for our students and making sure that they are accessible and they're also good solutions, not just like thrown around. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, international crisis is a very important issue in our campus, and basically for any student, my plan for this, for students who are affected by international crisis, is advocacy for basically helping them, because if they are affected financially, we can help them in their tuition and even for housing and stuff. Also for communicating with the association leaders for this, like the Syrian and Turkish association, helping this and basically communicating with them to try to basically help the affected student yeah, from the intuition criteria.
Thank you for that question. I think it's really important to take into account kind of the background of students, where they come from, whenever they're applying for funds like the Academic Resilience Fund or the Student Emergency Fund. So taking into account the fact that they may come from a background of war, right? They may have fled their countries. Taking that into account when taking decisions, who are we going to grant that money to? I think would go a long way to helping those students directly. In terms of things that can hopefully be done, again, most of these students are international students, right? And as of now, there are no price roofs on how much we can charge international students, despite the fact that they may come again from hardship, or they may have fled their countries. So taking that into account and constantly advocating for more regulations when it comes to again these enormous prices. For example, the fact that their tuitions may change every single year, right? For us who are lucky enough to be permanent residents or citizens, there's an increased cap of 5%, but for international students, it's 20% per year, right? So it doesn't really make sense. So again, addressing those issues at their cause, helping them as much as we can would go a long way.
In the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat what has just been said 5 or 6 times. But what I will say is, I think that international events definitely affect everybody, definitely not in equal ways. But having the support, having support structure set in place for these kinds of events that occur. Hopefully less of them do, but you never know. We definitely need something like that to be put in place. I really liked what was said over here about making sure that clubs and associations have adequate training to be able to maybe help or even kind of get together and just talk about it. I think that would be really helpful for a lot of people. Peer support is definitely it's something that I rely on a lot, and I definitely can see other people using that too.
Okay, thank you. Start our next queue. Okay, so we'll go 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have quite a few, so I like to make a queue now and then cap it at that. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for new questions, and then Faris and Anastasia.
If it's okay, if it's a counselor, they can go first.
Same, yeah. Have the counselors go first.
It's fine. I mean, the order really doesn't matter. I'll just have new people that haven't asked a question yet go first. So.
Okay. I've heard a lot about campaigns. I've heard a lot about events, and I've heard a lot about your general approach towards how you're gonna advocate towards the students and make CUSA more accessible to them. Now, I want to know how and what exactly would you be advocating to the university on? There's only so much you can advocate to them on. What would be your priority for the year? You just have 12 months, so what big goals would you achieve?
Okay, so the main thing is I would like to advocate on, I have a few bigger things. So first is international student fees, and in general financial issues with the entire Carleton student body, so tuition and levy fees, things like that, and also TA wages, since they are way too high, and a lot of us even as undergrads are TAs, and as well mental health support, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, so things that affect students from now from the COVID-19 pandemic, and as well mental health in general, not even with just that. And sorry, I had one more thing. Oh yeah, accessibility on and off campus. So for disabled students, any students that need more accessibility needs.
Thank you so much for the question. I think for myself, there's 3 main things that I really want to focus on. One thing is definitely student jobs, especially student jobs here on campus. For most of the year this semester, most of the little cafes and whatnot was closed, and it's kind of embarrassing to say the least, because I'm why is this closed? It kind of it's not good. Like we can have students working, and students do deserve to work. And aside from that, something that I've noticed while, because I work at athletics as well, is that student athletes here on campus, they work 25/8 is what I like to say, and they do not get paid in any shape or form. So I really want to look into like student athletes getting paid at least some sort of compensation, because a lot of them are international students and they're not able to go back home and see their family for a whole entire year. Some of them even have to stay throughout the summer because of training. Aside from that is looking at the housing crisis here in Ottawa. You know, there's not affordable housing and appropriate housing, I would say, for students that is near campus, that is accessible to all students. So working with the mayor's office and seeing like what can we do as a student association to help that. And lastly, you know, overall, like I feel like sometimes we forget like why we're here, and we're all here because of education, right? So really focusing back on like what's really being done within the classrooms, like the quality of education that's being given here at Carleton. You know, a lot of students are afraid to speak up to their faculties, to voice their concerns and their opinions, because they feel like they will be penalized in a sense, and that they won't be respected for what's going on. So with that being said, having that accountability form for all faculties and for all students, you know, to have that as a place that they can reach out to us.
Yeah, of course, as an international student, the main goal for me gonna be basically find, again, also I'm a science faculty, and I'm really aware of the lack of internships and scholarships and opportunities we have. We have just like, beside the Dean's summer internship, we have also ACU reuse. I don't know if you are all aware of it, the other internship. It's all for all faculties, but it's really limited just for each one is just for one student, and basically also just 150 hours, which is not really a great experience. And again, it's really selective. So basically, my first goal or my main goal is providing more internships and scholarships for international students specifically. Also jobs, again, maybe communicating with VB, CI, and the co-op office to try to create more co-op opportunities in Ottawa, especially in Ottawa. For science and engineering faculties, especially because they are not a lot here. Also, tuition. We're gonna work with MPPCs to reduce or at least freeze the tuition fees, the annually increasement. Also, another thing is housing. We're gonna keep, like we have now a website, Bliss for Students. We're gonna try to find more ways, like, and even help the other associations that has housing services like MSA, the roommate services that they have, and other associations. And yeah, that's it.
Just to restate, you asked within the university, right?
Yeah, what would you be advocating to the university administration? What are you opposed to?
Yeah. Well, I think first and foremost, the most important thing, again, if we want to get things done, so when it comes to lobbying the university, if we want to get certain legislations passed and things to change, we need more students on the governing bodies of the university, right? So more student on the Senate, advocating for more student on the Board of Governors, having a fair student representation. That goes a long way in passing the initiatives that we want. Now, when it comes to the initiatives that we want, for instance, tuition freezes for international students. Like I said, there's a 20% cap for international students every single year. That's an insane amount, right? So lobbying the university to freeze those tuitions, at least for the 2024-2025 academic year, that'd be something that I would work towards. Of course, when we do get those student representatives on there, setting up long-term goals and plans to really have a vision as things that CUSA is going to advocate for. So if there are certain goals that I cannot achieve as a VPSI, hopefully future executives will achieve them, because a lot of these things can't be done within 12 months, right? 12 months is so short. So if we want to get certain things passed, like differential tuition for engineering and computer science students, for instance, their degrees are just way more expensive than other degrees. The excuse is that there are more students that do that. But again, if we want to pass policies like that, we need more students on the student body and setting up long-term goals that future executives will follow. That way, we're all fighting for the same goals in the subsequent years, hopefully.
Just want to say that's an excellent question, especially for this position. I kind of have like just a few things that I want to focus on. Number one, obviously, is accessibility. I've talked about it time and time again. Number two is tuition payment installments. Obviously, that's something that could be make or break for a lot of people. And tuition freezes for international students.
Thank you. I'll keep it short. Two that are like one thing is definitely when it comes to mental health initiatives. So the one thing I really want to work on is increasing our insurance coverage when it comes to mental health access to psychologists. So right now it's $75 for up to $300. My goal would be to push that. Obviously, I want to push the boundaries to the extreme. It'd be great if everyone could see, a psychologist once a month for the entire time they're in school. But one step at a time, it would be to increase it from $75 to $100, and from a total to $300 to $400. There's a lot of money talk, but I think that would really be helpful because the average psychologist in Ottawa is about $125. Personally, I don't have that much money to be spending on psychologists, so it would be great if it was more accessible and the university would support that. And second is to advocate to have more counselors. Right now, if you see a counselor, you see them once a month. That's not enough. There's so much things that happen within a month. Crises, it could be anything, school, it could be breakdowns, anxiety, depression, whatever you're experiencing, it shouldn't be that difficult to get help from the university. So those are the two things I really want to advocate when it comes towards the university. Great question.
Okay, thank you. I believe you did already ask one, so we'll come back to you. And the next question was on the right here.
Hello, my name is Deborah. I'm one of the new counselors first brought. Tuition is one of the biggest issues that international students face, for which the current BPSI came up with tuition guarantee, which has gotten a lot of students speaking. As a new BPSI, how do you plan on providing support to international students struggling with increasing tuition?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. So yes, like you stated, like tuition is a really big issue, right? And I think the first thing that we have to do is really show students that there are services and there are resources for them. First thing being the ISSO. I feel as well this year, if I'm elected in this position, I really do want to collaborate with them more. I know that there's been a lot of things going on in there and they've been rebuilding their team as well. But just having a place where students can actually attain the resources that they need, and resources that are not just in English, but in many different languages, right? Of course, reaching out to the government here in Ottawa, our MPs, and speaking to them about these issues, right? They should be aware that these are still, like, time and time again, we keep discussing this and we keep saying, like, why should international students have to pay so much to get an education, right? Like, they're trying to make something out of themselves. They're trying to have a career and they're coming here. We should be very grateful that they're coming here and being a part of our community. So just being able to, voice that out and ensuring that we're even getting the voices of the counselors here as well, like, who I'm sure there's some of you who are international students who face these issues and have a lot to say. So yeah.
Yeah, again, as I have mentioned, international students is a big part of it. It's basically more than 20% of undergraduate students are international students, and they pay way more than the domestic, like four times the domestic people. And again, we're gonna work with the parliament members to try to reduce the tuition, or at least if it's hard to reduce it, and it's really hard to reduce it, we're gonna try to freeze it. If it's not for the next year, at least for the year of 2024. And I believe that will be it.
Thank you for that question. Now, obviously, the international students pay just insane amounts of money. Now, the reason is that actually, the reason doesn't really matter. But when it comes to lobbying inside of the university, things that we can do, passing tuition freezes, again, tuition guarantees, making sure that hopefully the university doesn't increase the rates that they're currently charging to international students throughout the years. That would go a long way to help those international students. And again, these things are federally regulated. So doing joint statements and getting with other universities, such as the University of Ottawa here, or the University of Toronto, other universities in the province, for instance, to get together and really lobby the federal government to impose price roofs when it comes to percentage increases again, or when it comes to how much money universities can charge international students, because right now it's free for all. They can charge however much they want. There is no kind of regulation when it comes to that. Or at least there is not enough regulation when it comes to that. So doing that constant lobbying at the federal level, that's really our main way to help international students. And then again, that's where the idea of long-term plans come into effect, right? Because these things can't realistically be done within 12 months. And so starting those efforts and hopefully continuing those efforts in the future would go a long way in helping international students.
Well, luckily our current VPSI, who had the great idea of tuition guarantees, is actually going to be with us next year. So we can work together maybe perhaps and see to it your wonderful plan and make sure that it happens. And if it doesn't that year, then carry it down, you know, keep it going, make sure that tuition guarantees maintain a thing forever. I definitely like the idea, and at the very least, maybe see if we can get some more resources on campus, make sure that international students get as much as they need, whatever they need. Every case is different, right? So making sure every student feels heard. And honestly, you know, I'll just be front with you. I have no idea what international students' needs are. I'm not an international student, I'm domestic. So definitely just hearing what is needed will definitely help a lot. And yeah, so looking forward to just working with the students.
Thank you. So I just want to distinguish two things. When we say advocate, like, of course we want to advocate for tuition rebates. Of course we want to help international students. But while we're working on tuition rebates and tuition freezes and all that stuff, what are we doing in the moment? So for me, the one thing I want to establish is a fund that university students, international students, can apply for. In which it can be, you know, the University of Ottawa does this and they give about $2,000. I'm not saying that's significant at all. I know it's not a huge amount of money, but if we could be, you know, as we work towards the bigger goal, there needs to be stuff in place so that, you know, international students who are struggling to pay for tuition have that support. So that's my first step, is to have that fund. We have a lot of money, we can just redistribute and really make sure that we are supporting international students in the meantime while we work on our bigger goals. I don't want to get too much on my policies when it comes to international students, but I did have an entire slide on it. But I do want to say it's really advocating for international students goes beyond, you know, like, yeah, lobbying and stuff, but there's so many students here that are struggling right now. And so my focus is to work on the now while we work on the future. So being support, like how to, you know, how to get Sims, how to get ID, how to get jobs, like all those things are also really important while we work on the tuition, which is one aspect of the experience that international students are facing.
So I think everything, like everyone just said here, is absolutely amazing. But to add to that, I just have like 4 main points I think I would focus on. So first of all, awareness. A lot of students, if they're not international students, do not know that students pay like 4 times more than students who are like local. So I think the biggest thing is making everyone aware of this issue, so whatever we tackle can be done all together. Second thing is having tuition paid in installments. Instead of all upfront at the beginning of the semester before you even start, international students could pay this in different installments so they have time to like get their jobs, get their money from their jobs, their checks. They don't have to pay it all upfront, so they don't have to have like rich families in order to even come to Canada to study at Carleton. So that'd be the second thing. The third thing is obviously advocating to MPs and municipal and provincial government, since the provincial and federal government ultimately decide what the cap is for tuition in different universities. So like all of you said here, that's also another thing. And the fourth thing is building on what has been done before. So tuition freezes, I think, is a really great thing that happened. So we should keep doing that, obviously. And yeah, that's the last thing.
Okay, thank you. That.
Can we just get some water?
Oh yeah.
Yes, sure. We'll take a 3-minute break.
I just came here to say the same thing. Okay. I'll make note of that.
Yes, you can have like notes or yeah, like your like yeah, you can have notes. Yeah, sort of like I thought it was gonna be like the other one where we more.
I didn't realize the camera would be right
there.
That was a great view. I was
How long the whole thing will be? I have no idea.
my meter like today you drove out.
So we'll keep going like that. We absolutely encourage councillors-elect to ask questions as well. They're entitled to just as much, as I don't think many of them have, but definitely encourage those. But were there any additional new questions other than the two I had at the back?
Oh my god.
No other new questions? Yes, you're new. Sorry, what's your name?
Jaylyn, Jayln.
Thank you. Okay, so I have 3 new, and then we have 1, 2, 3 for second round. Okay. Okay, so would anyone else like to be added to the queue? We have 6 questions total. Yes, I have you as well, and I'd like to cap it at that. Okay.
Yes.
Should we? I can't see the first part.
He wants to know if people online can ask questions.
Yes, I've said that several times. If you have a question online, you're entitled to ask. If you're online, you can ask a question just the same. Either raise your hand to speak directly, or email me, or put it in the chat, and I'll ask it for you. Do so now, though, because we're capping the question list of what we have. Okay, so we'll.
Is it only counselors and like who can any student ask a question?
Current or incoming counselors can ask questions.
That's a student at large, I believe.
Yeah. Then I would rule no. Okay. So we're capped at 6 additional questions. I think we're back to first in the rotation.
Just to provide a clarification, we're only accepting questions from incoming and outgoing CUSA counselors.
Members of council, including non-voting members. Non-voting members cannot vote in the election, but they are members of council. Therefore, they have participation and speaking rights at council meetings. And for the purposes of this item, the incoming have the same. Okay, so are we all clear? Okay, so question in the back, the individual to Faris's left.
The VPSI is the main advocate for CUSA's EDI missions. What personal experiences of yours would you like to advocate for those from the racialized and marginalized communities?
Again, could you speak up?
The VPSI is the main advocate for CUSA's EDI missions. What personal experiences of yours that you would like to advocate for those from the marginalized and racialized communities?
Okay, so again, I didn't really have any experiences with EDI or working with EDI policy, but again, I am working with Egyptian Student Association, and for the EDI policy, my plan for it basically would be first, again, taking care of the minorities, as I already mentioned, and the xenophobia and all of the minorities issues for all of the students. Also, like any cultural for the cultural diversity week and month, we're gonna have one of the points is that holding a festival, a cultural diversity festival, basically where we're gonna contact all of the communities and associations to basically bring them in one festival during the month of March. And yeah.
10 seconds, please. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. First of all, as I previously mentioned, increasing the funding of the service centers that racialized students use the most, right? So, such as RISE, the Moando Sex Center, and again, by increasing, the way to increase that funding is to run successful referendum campaigns. So that would go a long way to help kind of the communities that may be marginalized here on campus, continuing the current advocacy efforts like Black History Month in collaboration with RISE, or Insure Day, for instance, with again the Mondo Sex Center, continuing those campaigns and building upon them, putting marginalized students in leadership positions, giving them the opportunity to run campaigns, to kickstart events and ideas and take initiatives. So all of these steps
10 seconds
will help hopefully help the affected communities.
I believe your question was based on experience, if I heard it correctly.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Well, something that a lot of people probably don't know about me, because I don't share it. I'm a Nook. I wasn't born up north, but I was raised on a reserve. So working with the indigenous associations or student government bodies and all that, that's something that I actually do look forward to. Kind of like go back to my roots a little bit. So I don't have a whole lot of experience when it comes to planning events stuff like that, but I do have a lot of experience in terms of being just a member at events like that. I worked on that a little bit when I went to school in Oshawa. There was a very, very small community of indigenous students there, and we all kind of got together and said, hey, there's no resources here for us. And sure enough, now there are. So.
Okay, so I am a woman of color, if you haven't noticed yet. Okay, that wasn't that funny. All right, so the one thing I do, I'm so sorry. The one thing I do want to do is work with a lot of the student groups who focus on, there's the Punjabi Association, there's all the different associations, and I think we can work together as as VP Student Issues. I am Indian, so I can speak about my experiences, but again, I don't know everything, and I just really want to make CUSA and Carleton a lot more inclusive. So one thing is making the student body a bit more representative and hearing from them directly. I do want really to work with the center. So like Rise, I think is a great center to work with. But there's a lot of things that we can do to push the boundary and make sure that CUSA is inclusive and people feel welcome from any race, any gender, anything. So yeah, so my goal is just to make sure that people feel included, and I can't tell you necessarily steps to step how I want to go about that yet. But as a person of color, I do acknowledge some of the hurdles that I've experienced.
10 seconds, please.
So yeah, thanks.
So as obviously a Black woman from many different intersectional marginalized identities, I've experienced many things like throughout my life, maybe not specifically as drastic like during my time at Carleton, but I know of many things that do happen at Carleton that are based on discrimination that are not very fair. So I want to make like especially people in Carleton positions, for example, like CUSA positions, or the CUSA board more inclusive. So have like more students on the CUSA board and students from many different intersectional identities, so they can kind of be the advocates and speak on different issues that we have. And for example, I want to especially help CUSA clubs that focus on like marginalized identities, for example, RISE, BSA, all those different types of clubs like CDAG, Disability Awareness Center, DSRC. So especially increase funding, like someone here said, and create more awareness and advocacy for those clubs, so students from racialized and marginalized communities can know where to go and have more help if they need it.
Thank you so much for that question. First and foremost, I am a Afro-Latina, and in Canada, you don't find a lot of Afro-Latinas. I am the first in my family to go to university, and I'm very honored to say that. Being a part of the Carleton community, I feel like the first thing is actually, aside from speaking with students and the service centers and whatnot, but it's actually working with faculties and working with the people that are actually teaching us and who work in even like just in the restaurants and whatnot on campus, and teaching people to be mindful of different identities and how to approach certain things, right? I think that's the first thing that sometimes we kind of look past. Aside from that, again, going back to the service centers and ensuring that within our service centers, we have people that are from a diverse background, in terms of like the EDI, like equity, like I feel like sometimes we always focus on equality, and we have to acknowledge that it's not going to be equal amongst the board for everybody, because there's people who need more things than other people. So we need to like focus on that.
10 seconds, please.
But yeah, again, working with the service centers and just ensuring that people feel like they have a place where they are welcomed and that they don't have to be reluctant to speak out and can be their true selves.
Okay, thank you very much. And just a note for if there's any side conversations in the room, to please take them out into the hallway. It says it's very distracting for the candidates. If I can hear you whispering and laughing up here, the candidates can as well. So please be respectful of that. Next question in the back.
Thank you. Can you, again, I'm going to ask this to all the candidates today. Can you describe your involvement in CUSA programming events and advocacy campaigns throughout this past year?
So as I said, I'm a campaign organizer and political activist for SGP Carleton. I'm also the event coordinator for the North African Student Association, or also known as Maghreb United. So throughout the year, I've successfully hosted a lot of events that that experience kind of transfers to this role. So I do have kind of that knowledge in event planning. Before CUSA, I've organized successful student-led conferences of 100+ students spanning across multiple schools. So that was back in 2020. So that went from organizing everything from the flow charts to the kind of roles that I would assign to everyone, the goals we need to meet, the deadlines and the targets we need to achieve. But then again, the role of VPSI to me is not only about event organizing but also immensely about kind of advocacy efforts and lobbying and getting together and aligning our goals as student representatives to hopefully better our lives within Carleton.
Good question. I have absolutely zero experience when it comes to programming events for CUSA. I have to work 2 or 3 jobs at any time while also being a full-time student just to be able to be here. So I don't, unfortunately, I don't have the luxury to be able to volunteer a lot of my time, trying to organize events.
Thanks. Yeah, so yeah, in all transparency, this year I wasn't totally involved with CUSA or CUSA programming just because I had an interesting experience last year with CUSA, so I decided to take a step back and just prioritize my mental health and my wellness. But I have been on multiple CUSA clubs. The Human Rights Society, the Criminology Society, the Psychology Society are all clubs that I've been a part of. This year, at the beginning of the semester, I was the advisor for the Human Rights Society, but decided to just focus on Innocence Carleton, which I spoke about. Unfortunately, it's not CUSA certified, but is something that I use my time to advocate for and to really work within the community. I got a lot more involved in politics, which is something that I do want to bring when it comes to bringing up working, policies and making things more inclusive. But in all transparency, this year I just took a step back. It was great to watch everything happen, but for my own wellness, this year wasn't something that I really wanted to get totally involved in. But I'm back, so thanks.
So this year, I prioritized being very involved in the Carleton community after focusing on my grades, obviously. And so this year, I'm part of many different clubs and societies. So I cannot get into everything I've done in 1 minute. But one of the main things I haven't mentioned before, I think, is I'm part of the ICCJ BIPOC Caucus, which is a group of racialized criminology students, and we organize a lot of events, especially for the community around Carleton, around Ottawa. So, for example, last year I helped plan and organize an event which was called the Shoebox Project, which held we created shoeboxes with a bunch of essential items for a women's center, a women's shelter for homeless women in Ottawa, and that was very successful. And as well, I'm a programming and peer support volunteer for the Wellness Center, and the same thing for the Women's Center. So I hold weekly sessions for any students that want peer support or anything like that. And for the Unified Support Center, I have weekly shifts for the past few months. So I help put together food hampers, do foot patrol, and basically help any students in need. Since the Unified Support Center is open every day for 12 hours, so we do a lot there. And as well, I help with events with photography or just planning or little things for a RISE, the VSA, ASA, the SEO. So I've done campus to community days, so where they go out and help the campus. So for example, I did an awesome Ottawa event.
10 seconds, please.
Yeah, and a lot of things with the ACO. So that's some of the few things I've done with Carleton, and as well part of many other clubs as well.
Okay, so like I've mentioned several times, I'm the current president of OLAS. So being a part of OLAS, I've had really amazing experiences. In September, earlier this year, I was actually able to go to Parliament. I was invited to speak on behalf of Carleton, but also on behalf of OLAS for Latin American Heritage Month. So just being able to be there in that moment and connect with a lot of the ambassadors and MPs and people who represent the different Latin American communities. As well as being a part of RISE, I have been able to work with a handful of people, and not just people who are on campus, and helping us plan our events, like our committee for Black History Month, meeting amazing people like Ruth as well during that, but also the people outside, the Black creatives and the business owners and the artists, and literally the list can go on, right? Just being able to bring these resources and actually have them onto campus. And even another idea for a campaign that I want to do is especially for international students who live on res, is having a mobile barbershop, or people who do nails in the city or hair in the city, women who braid hair, come to campus so that people can have accessibility to certain things that they feel like they can't get access to, but also keeping in mind your money, you shouldn't have to spend so much money to access these things. Aside from that, I have planned Frosh, I've done the salsa night, I have planned just countless events, and I'm very excited to do countless more. And yeah.
Yeah, I will try to make that short. So as I mentioned before, I'm already enrolled in 2 associations. We have hosted several events, or I have been participating in several events this year. We started a lot of meet and greet trips. Also for the chemistry and biochemistry, we have hosted a thesis night event, which is the most important event we had. It was basically trying to come with some for the 4th year level students who are trying to do projects or thesis, try to basically connect them with some professors Also today, we have our biggest event, the ESA. We have our 10th gala, which I'm going to go after this. Also, for yeah, and I was mentioning yeah, also for MSA, I have been volunteering for some of their events. Also, the Islamic Awareness Week, which is their most important event. They just finished it last week. Yeah, but again, basically, this can help the VBSI role in holding some campaigns, connections, but the main goal again is the advocacy and basically addressing the issues of all the students and try to help basically resolve them with the administrations and the clubs of the university.
Okay, thank you. Next question, Jayla.
Okay, so my question is, how important do you think it is to maintain strong relationships with the university stakeholders, considering we have to collaborate with them with nearly every event?
If you're online, please mute yourself. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure, I'll repeat it. So how important do you think it is to maintain strong relationships with the university stakeholders, considering we have to collaborate with them in nearly every event that we facilitate?
I think it kind of goes without saying that that's super important, if not imperative. I think it might even be like a cool idea to kind of get to know them a little one-on-one. I feel like personal relationships go a really long way when it comes to doing anything, especially when it comes to policies or anything kind of like government related, whether it be student or federal or provincial or whatever. So yeah, just I think that's really important.
Sorry,
I think I misunderstood your question.
No, you didn't, but
Okay.
I'm just gonna add on to my question as well. How would you like plan on keeping that strong relationship in a sense? So like, yes, it's important, but like, do you have any ideas of how you would keep that strong relationship?
That's a really interesting question. Honestly, this is like a little bit more personal, I think, but I'm really good at forming relationships with people. I'm a very people-y person. It really only takes like 1 or 2 times of meeting me to kind of like feel like you kind of get to know me, and I feel that way with people as well. So I think that it would be relatively easy for me to maintain like a personal, professional relationship with these university stakeholders. Yeah, maybe just like sit with them, meet with them a few times, maybe like get coffee or lunch or whatever, just do that every now and then and just, keep in touch.
Okay, so just to clarify, we'll consolidate the question into one going forward: building and maintaining.
Yes, it's for everybody, sorry,
relationships.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, obviously it's very important. To do anything within CUSA, we have to make sure it goes through the university. So we were having an enlightened conversation before, talking about how important it is, like to have a good relationship with the university to basically accomplish anything. And it's not as easy as like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna walk in and we're gonna be great buddies and everything's gonna work out. I think when you talk to these stakeholders and explain why a lot of these issues are so prevalent and relevant to the student body, it's pushing, because obviously it's money and it's like there's so many things involved, but just to like as a person, like to explain the issues that people are experiencing, and they have like great power to be able to actually help us facilitate a lot of programming that would help students. I think it's to take the person out of the position and put the person in the person. I don't know how to explain my figure of speech, but at the end of the day, they're just people just like us, and they probably were students, and just get back to the grounds of, we want to accomplish great things here at CUSA, and we can do that with Carleton, with the student body, with faculty, and working all together is the only way we're actually going to accomplish real, like, strong policies that are going to benefit students in the long run.
So I think the biggest thing you can do is keep collaborative, consistent modes of communication with stakeholders, so they're always aware of, like, for example, who we are as VPs, or like what I'm doing specifically. So for example, I could create reports and just basically informing them of what's happening and how their contributions have helped the student body. So since I think my role would be more advocating for students, so getting info from the people and bringing them up to the higher ups and the stakeholders who have the power to enact policies and grant funds, I would definitely be communicating with them and making sure they know exactly like what's going on and how what they're doing is helping. So everything like, sorry, everyone knows what's going on, and I can basically be correctly the voice of the people.
Thank you so much for your question. I think for myself, when I listened to this question, I definitely like thought about like myself and how I deal with things. I'm a very like upfront person, and I feel like in time, like nowadays, it's kind of difficult to be that. But it's like what you see is what you get, and I feel like we have to go about things, especially as an organization, with this sort of mentality. We have to show our stakeholders that we are secure with ourselves, we are secure in what we advocate in, for who we advocate for, and that we have to like stand firm, stand firm for real. And of course, like being able to have these personal relationships and understand that, okay, outside of this, like we are people, we're human, and no one is perfect, and I understand that you have certain roles that you need to accomplish, and I have certain roles, but how can we come together and find that middle ground, and how can you make me understand this certain issue more and how you're seeing it more, right? We can't just combat issues like with just like anger and just like, no, like this is how it has to be done. No, we have to like just sit back and like be like, okay, let's really discuss this as grown adults, and hopefully we can actually accomplish things together and make Carleton University the place that it is supposed to be for all our students.
Yeah, again, for the stakeholders, we need again to not going with it too seriously. We need again to take things slowly and easy. We need to again maybe building more relationships and keeping our relationships with them now, more personal relationships, to try to basically just reach one solution that can help us and help our association, and at the same time that can conflict with their goals. And yeah, basically this is the role of VBSI, to do that, to reach middle ground between them and us. And yeah.
Thank you. Well, it is easy for it would be easy for CUSA executives to gather and meet key stakeholders at least once a month to keep them informed about the current issues that the student body faces. But I would go further than that and say that there needs to be a kind of constant communication between those key stakeholders and the student body, right? So that can be done through town halls. Has any of you ever spoken to someone on the board of governors before? Most likely no, right? So we don't know these people that, yeah, CUSA executives, of course, but most likely no, because we don't know the people that kind of are in charge and take those decisions. So having the student body facilitating the discussion between the student body and those key stakeholders is of key importance. So again, through town halls, advocacy weeks, inviting all these different members of the Board of Governors and members of the Senate to discuss with students, right? So that students can directly ask them questions and sort of show them the issues that we've been facing, right? So CUSA has this sort of microphone that's very useful, but facilitating the direct discussions between student and those key stakeholders is just way more important, I feel like.
Okay, next question in the back over there.
Hello, everybody, again. So I think I speak for many of us when I say that we appreciate the upfront that is really genuine and clearly exists in all of you. And I believe that you do all have your heart in the right place. But it's an unfortunate trend that student politics is a habit of keeping people alive, for lack of a better term. When you're pursuing goals in advocacy and trying to enact real change, how do you navigate roadblocks or structural barriers that you would encounter? And how would you react to getting into this position and realizing much of what you want to accomplish is not possible beyond the surface level that a lot of you have rightly mentioned?
Yeah, great question. Well, this is my 4th time running for a CUSA position, so that doesn't tell you a little bit about my personality. Well, maybe it should. I'm extremely determined, and I'm sure that's a common quality everyone is going to say. I've gone through a lot of hurdles in my life, and also having, being part of a lot of organizations on campus. Like with Innocence Carleton, we have never been, certified by CUSA, and that's been like a huge hurdle to be able to have huge events. Like we were going to have Lametti, the Attorney General of Canada, and we weren't able to. We were going to have Amanda Knox. So a lot of events that we were going to host on a big platform with exonerees, we weren't able to do because of money, and that was a constraint. For me, I think there's always, where there's a will, there's a way. I know that's the corniest line you'll ever hear. I'm a person who's very determined and very hardworking, and if I put my mind to something, I try to achieve it. And if it's not that, I find another way to do it, or I find something else to work on. Not every single policy I know is going to happen, but I'm going in with the intent that I'm going to try to accomplish as much as possible. This is my last year at Carleton, and I want to make sure I leave with and remembered for the good things I was able to accomplish as a student leader. And working together, I think is the biggest thing. If we don't work together as executives, as counselors, nothing's going to be achieved. I can say I want to do all this, and this is how I'm going to do it. That's not going to happen if we don't agree, if we don't work together. And as corny again as that sounds, working together, that's the only way you get things done in politics, in life. And we don't all have to like each other. We don't all have to agree, but that's the best way to get things done. And when there's a roadblock, to overcome it. Thanks.
So I think that question is very valid because obviously there will be a lot of roadblocks. It will not be all like sunshine and rainbows. That's why you guys know I always preach practice makes better, not perfect, because obviously not everything will be perfect. We can always improve on the issues and build on what people before us have done. So I think the biggest thing is creating awareness for the student body. So even if there are roadblocks, hopefully if everyone knows about the issues in the future, since everyone knows about it, there'll be easier ways to kind of instill what we want and get to those final results. For example, if there's money issues, if more of the student body knows about it, we can find easier ways to fundraise and get the money for these issues. Another thing that's really big is also learning from people that came before. So for example, we passed UB student issues. We could obviously collaborate and we can all learn from what he's done before and kind of build upon those things to avoid those roadblocks and get around them. And obviously practice makes better. So those roadblocks will not all be solved, but we can always practice and make the issues better than they were before when we started.
Thank you so much for your question. I definitely think in terms of roadblocks, and I faced a lot of them, especially coming into Rise and having to onboard so quickly, starting up Black History Month, there were many moments, last minute places, we can't get the venue, we can't get this, somebody had to leave and something happened. And I feel like just being kind of patient in a sense and be okay, let's take a step back, let's assess the whole situation and let's move forward and know that and trust that in our abilities that okay, we will be able to get this done some way, somehow. It might not have been the initial vision that we had, but something is always better than nothing, right? And on top of that, just acknowledging that, sorry, but yes, acknowledging that we are a team here and we should be able to come to the council, come to our other executives and voice our concerns, especially if we see that there's some roadblocks that have continuously happened and reoccurred over time, right? If we acknowledge them, we see this is an issue, okay, we need to change this. How can we do this now? So that the next VPs that come in don't have to face these same issues. And even the issues that you may face within your faculty, we should focus on that and see okay, what can we do, right?
10 seconds, please.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, there will be several obstacles, especially for all VBSI, which is basically its main role is campaigning, lobby, and advocacy for all the university students. But maybe to solve that, I will say we need to have 3 points, main points. First of all, communication. We need to all communicate with all the clubs leaders, with CUSA clubs, to basically know how to reach our goals and address all of the issues we have. Again, and because different clubs we have different issues with different clubs. If it's a cultural club or academic club, so we need to address all of the issues first. Also, we need to communicate, make connections. Again, connection with the parliament members, connection with stakeholders, connections with the clubs themselves, so we can again address all of the issues we have. finally, it would be awareness. We need to have awareness of all of the issues we do have on campus. And yeah, we need to have awareness of that to try to solve them the best way we can.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. It's really important to be realistic when you're running for a position like this, right? Especially for vice president student issues, because a lot of the issues we face, they're not going to be solved in 12 months, like going back to Anshika's questions. It's not going to get solved realistically within 12 months, right? Some things will get solved, and other initiatives that we may take, we'll face hurdles, we'll face obstacles, but it's really important to set up those long-term goals that I previously talked about, because ultimately our goals are not necessarily going to change drastically in 10 years, right? In 10 years, I can guarantee you that students will still want lower tuition fees. Students will still want to freeze tuition fees for international students, right? So keeping those goals in mind as a student union, guys, we're a student union, we're going to fight for this, for that, and for that, right? Keeping that in mind, regardless of who the executives that are in those positions, right? Keeping in mind the fact that we're all fighting for the same goals, regardless of who's occupying that role, is really important to not get discouraged whenever we meet those kind of obstacles and boundaries, right? And setting up frameworks again to show students the progress we've been making, right? One of my ideas was to do semester reports, right, of the achievements we've done and what we couldn't do and why we couldn't do them. So letting students know is also really important to make sure no one's discouraged.
Right, you started that one, right? Or did
I start now?
No, sorry, yes, sorry, go ahead, please, go ahead.
Please, confused now, okay.
No, it looked like you were stopping, like.
No, okay,
sorry.
Okay, it's all good, all good. Yeah, great question. A little bit about me, I'm extremely persistent, I adapt super easily, and I'm extremely flexible. Now, with that being said, the things that I want to see, the things that I want to achieve within this university and within this 12 months are not things that are going to be started and finished. Like, we're not going to have a fully accessible university in 12 months. That's an unrealistic goal. But what I want to do is I want to at the very least, lay the foundation so that the person who comes after me can pick up where I left off and carry that on. I think that there's a lot of things that need to be fixed on campus. And it's stuff that hasn't really been talked about much and definitely needs to be addressed. And if let's say I face some of these hurdles or whatever, I would definitely just try to work with the rest of my team. I work very well with people. I'm a supervisor at Ollie's, but before that I was just in the kitchen. And I don't know if any of you guys have any culinary experience. If you work in a kitchen and you aren't able to play nice with others, it's hell. You're basically screwed. You're either a pylon or everyone else is a pylon. It's awful. So being able to work well with others is extremely important in this position, and it's something that I take pride in being able to do very well.
Okay, thank you very much. 2 more questions. We'll start with Anastasia.
Okay, so the current team met with MP Yasser Naqvi, who made an unprecedented agreement to meet with the incoming executive team and work closely with them throughout their term on a number of priorities. The VPSI is the representative to the different levels of government from the municipal, provincial, and federal governments. What are your plans to advocate for students at these different levels of government?
So can you repeat the beginning of the question again?
Sure.
Speak way louder.
Okay, sorry. The current team just recently met with MP Yasser Naqvi, who made an unprecedented agreement to meet with the incoming executive team and work closely with them throughout their term on a number of priorities. The VPSI is the representative to the different levels of government from the municipal, provincial, and federal governments. What are your plans to advocate for students at these different levels of government?
And to clarify, that's the MP for Ottawa Centre, which encompasses where we are.
Okay, so I think the biggest thing is that's really great that he agreed to do that, because there's a lot of things that we could obviously advocate for directly to the MP that will help the student body a lot. So one of the first thing is obviously tuition for international students. So even though this person is not the representative for who decides international student fees, it's still a step above like where we are. So definitely advocating for that and lowering the cap for the fees in general, as well as like different issues we have on campus, obviously raised by the student body. And these specific things, I'm not exactly sure like what the MPs can help with other than that, but obviously raise issues from the student body to the MPs when we communicate with them.
Thank you so much for that question. I think some things that I would definitely, first and foremost, I would love to have a discussion with them and see what they have to like, say to me, and like the knowledge that they have to give to us and the next the next executive team that's coming in. Because I feel like for all of us who are running for positions, like it's a bit stressful at times to be like, okay, like now I have to be this representative, and it's like, what do you expect from me in a sense? So that's like the first and foremost thing. But aside from that, especially on the municipal level, is looking at the housing insecurity here in Ottawa. Looking at why students have to pay an arm and a leg basically to have a 300 square foot shack, is what I like to say sometimes. It's sad, but that's the reality that a lot of people face, right? So why is that the case, right? Aside from that, also looking at inflation and the price of food in Ottawa as well, it's ridiculous. On a more federal level, of course, looking at international fees and even maybe working with that MP and even working in collaboration with different embassies here in Ottawa. Maybe let's look at the diaspora of the student body here at Carleton and see where are most of our international students coming from? How can we work with your embassy to maybe create policies there so that your fees are lessened and that your experience here is acknowledged?
Yeah, it's great to have a direct contact with the government and if you direct contact with us. And basically what I would do for this is, first of all, again, the tuition for international and for all the students, but specifically for international students, we're gonna try to find a deal to reduce it or at least, again, freeze it. Also, again, for if it's a government, if we have a direct contact for the government, with the government, it would be great to also find more related jobs, government jobs for all students, open for all students, not just for domestic, for all, even for international, which gonna create more job opportunities for all students on campus, on campus. Also, the internships, more government internships and scholarships, which is, again, it's very limited to all of the students. It's not a lot. And again, it's also assigned to just 1 or 2 students per year. So create maybe more internships and government internships with that. Lastly would be housing. Yeah, of course, finding more ways for all of the students. Again, to find better deals for housing in Ottawa.
Thank you for your question. I actually met him a month ago, I believe, at an event, and I spoke to him about kind of the issues they were facing. I used that opportunity to just bluntly talk to him about the issues we're facing as students, rising costs, tuition fees, and stuff like that. And it gave me a lot of hope because he seemed quite progressive when it came to those issues compared to other MPs and MPPs. So having that sort of connection is key. It's actually a great opportunity to make sure that our needs are heard. The priority to me, I feel like something to echo to those MPs is operating funding costs, for instance, have been decreasing for the last few years, right? So the university receives less money from the federal government to kind of for its budget. So this increases the reliance on our tuitions, right? Rendering our lives more expensive. Kind of lobbying government officials that can make legislative changes to increase the operating funds that the government allocates to universities, which will hopefully decrease our tuition fees is key, I feel like. Now there's also, again, setting a price cap on the amount of the percentage that the universities can increase on international students, right? 20% is just too much. Hopefully continuing the tuition freezes that are currently put into place. So it's really important to have those connections municipally, federally, and provincially to kind of get to the roots of our issues.
Great question. I think it's really cool that he's like reaching out and willing to sit down and meet with us and stuff like that. I think that if he can do it, I think other universities and MPs should be able to do that as well. And I think that if enough of us, if enough student unions and associations from other universities can sit down and meet with their government officials, we have a lot more than just the voice of our students, but the voice of all students. And with that amount of we'll say power, I feel like we'd be able to actually pass a lot of things that matter. Like, for example, decreasing the 20% for international students and maintaining enough of a tax credits to universities so that they're less reliant on our tuition, which means that they can afford to keep our tuition low while also being able to use that money to fund more resources like mental health resources, or even provide funding for our USC. And I also just want to tie it back to a previous question that was asked about maintaining the relationships with. So yeah, I would like to maintain the relationship with him and meet with him more than just once or twice. Sit down and have lunch or whatever, once a week or once every 2 weeks, even if his schedule allows it.
All right. So, great. That's amazing. I'm just gonna give a little bit of context and be more of a realist. So I do work in politics, and I have been in contact with a lot of MPs, MP of Orleans, and some other MPs. And they do have special projects they can work on and bring, to all the lingo. But the thing is, it's not that easy as being like, I'm gonna meet with the MP and we're gonna work on this and this is gonna happen. Obviously, you can just have conversations, discuss what the issues are specifically in Ottawa Center, which is what would be able to actually help us work on specific issues. I just want to come in with more of a realist approach when it comes to politics. Not everything is easy peasy, 1, 2, 3, everything's going to happen. I think having that relationship is really great. And working with the Liberal Party, I've been able to have connections with ministers, and having these discussions is one step to getting closer to be able to create change when it comes to housing or when it comes to tuition. But I will say having a discussion is step one. I just don't want to say oh yes, because we have an MP now we're going to be able to accomplish all these things. It's a great connection. It's a way to get our voices heard, but we also have to give context to that, and there's a limitation of what they can also do. But having that MP and having other MPs that other in other ridings in which students live in to talk about transportation issues specifically. I live in Orleans, and coming to Carleton is really difficult. So there's a lot of things that we can target if we work together with different types of MPs and also the ministers. But that's just
Okay, thank you. And for the last question, Okay. Okay, that concludes the Q&A for the Vice President Student Issues. Thank you very much to all the candidates. Yeah, we are taking a lunch break. Okay, and just before we take a break, one very important announcement that I just received notice as I was standing up here, that candidate for Vice President Student Life, apologies if I'm mispronouncing, but the first candidate on the list, Bert Arenbold, has withdrawn from the race. So we will pick up with the Vice President remaining candidates. Any minutes or? Okay. Sure. Reconvene at 3:30. We're starting again. Take your seats, please, and if we will now move to the Vice President Student Life Q&A. Could we have the two Student Life candidates come on up, please?
I'd just like to make a point of order.
Yeah.
Could the people asking the questions actually listen to all of the participants? It's extremely rude and a little bit disrespectful and honestly disheartening to be asked a question only to be completely ignored or be just like see you guys like talking on the side or laughing when it was your question and we're answering your question. So moving forward, I think that's just really important. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Audio is good. Okay, so if you could just introduce yourself and then we'll get straight to the questions. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Iman and I'm running to be your next VP Student Life. Just as a quick introduction about myself, I've been involved in various campus groups, one being ISAC, the largest youth-run organization that stands for leadership development. And that really what centered all my platform on, which is focused on community, leadership, and representation. So I'm excited to answer all your questions and clarify any concerns you might have. And I'm a third-year student, double majoring in economics and poli-sci with a concentration in international relations.
Hi everyone, I'm Rana. I'm also running to be your next Vice President of Student Life. I was born and raised here in Canada, but I identify as Palestinian and Lebanese. I'm currently majoring in criminology, and I'm heavily involved on campus from volunteering with the street team in CUSA, from being heavily involved in clubs such as Access Carleton, and being a volunteer with the Carleton Disability Awareness Center as well. Three main initiatives in my platform are community engagement, inclusiveness, and ensuring all events are accessible. And I also look forward to answering all of your questions.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up the floor. Yes.
Well, nice to meet you both. My name is Cass. I'm an outgoing Fed counselor and a third-year airspace student here. I'm also actively involved in most of the engineering student life ecosystem that we evidently have pretty separate from most of the general student events. And that's for a number of reasons, including different needs, different interests, and of course the kind of sense of community that some people will notice, specifically with engineering. As Vice President of Student Life, you're going to be responsible for most of the events and initiatives that are trying to pull students in and try to get them involved, specifically in CUSA. How would you gear your approach to making it inclusive, not only just generally and equitable, but also specifically to those engineering students who are 23% of the population, but rarely partake in CUSA-related events?
Oh, well, that's an excellent question. I would say actually incorporating feedback of engineering students in terms of like event programming. So for example, always so I have proposed in my platform a feedback form. So I want students to actually have the opportunity to propose what they want to see as events. I want to prioritize what students want on campus. So I think that as someone like as you were saying, like I'm in criminology, so often like in my platform, like we want to be as inclusive as possible. However, sometimes like engineering students, they do need extra like support on campus in terms of like different types of events. So I would say that it's really important to really base it off of their feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Cass, for your question. We have over 300 clubs on campus, and that means 300 different student populations that could be represented. So really partnering with clubs to make sure that we're representing different interests and different sort of youth segments, but also using sort of our CUSA ambassadors to make sure that we're promoting CUSA in their own communities. So going to their buildings, going to the architecture building, the engineering building, to show them that really getting involved isn't just about politics, it isn't just about, you know, those certain type of people, but also you could be involved and it can help you advance in your career as well. And that's part of my Leadership Academy vision as well, to make it expanded, to make sure that people see that you being involved isn't just about politics. It isn't about you, you know, it will help you advance in your career, and then there's several aspects to it. Another thing I will make sure to implement is understanding that inclusivity is really a long way to go. Sort of partnering with experts and making sure that we're holding consultation sessions before any events. That's like a week-long consulting with different student leaders, different student groups, to get as many insights. I think that's very important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Yes.
Hi, Aiden Rahachek, incoming FPA counselor. So the Vice President Student Issues, a big part of their job is to run events and programming.
This is student life, just to clarify.
Yeah, it is student life. I'm reading the terms of reference.
You said student issues.
Oh, sorry, student issues.
So I was just
Different
clarifying.
one.
This is
Thank
the
you.
student
Sorry,
life.
sorry about that. Student life, not student issues, is to run programming and events. So I'm curious what new and innovative events or programming you guys would like to bring to CUSA if you were elected.
So I have several events that I have in mind. One, it being Ravenfest Carnival, which is going to be a fresh one-day carnival event welcoming all students, faculty, parents, and it's going to be a wide-scale event that could be done in a park. We could like include a lot of photo booth sessions, concerts, just anything to engage the students. Another thing is in collaboration with RA, hosting a move-in welcome party. So the thing about RA, I've been working at residence reception desk, and I've been very involved in checking in the people, and people come with great, just really fun vibes, and everyone wants to party and everyone wants to have fun. So why not make a party for them, welcoming all the fresh and all the new students and residents. Another thing is Panda Pride. So just a weekend event that involves Celebration, our mascot, and a lot of people often associate Panda Game with just drinking, but I want to make sure that it's being more inclusive by hosting events and activities that, you know, could include a different variety of activities, whether it's sports related, just like fun socializing, speed dating, things like that. Another event idea that I had as well is related more to the mental health aspect of it, which is a Let's Talk About It series, which is going to host in collaboration with different mental health experts, survivors that can talk about certain issues like relationships, family, depression, a lot of the things that we really don't talk about each other, and just sort of having that sharing space enclosed. And I really want to make sure in terms of events is that I got that feedback from a counselor, is also using small scale events across the year and making sure that we're engaging students across the year instead of just the big annual events.
Thank you for that question. So a big part of my platform is ensuring that all events are not only engaging, but also very educational as well. One of my biggest proposals is the mentorship program, which will not only prepare students for the workforce, but also have a life skills one-on-one aspect. So for example, teaching students how to file their taxes, manage their finances, which are all very important aspects in university. And this would be possible in collaboration with Carleton Alumni Association, but also the Sprott Tax Association as well. And another one of my proposals is also like to heavily include clubs. So we have over like 300 clubs on campus as well. So always getting like the feedback, always seeing how we can incorporate them in upcoming events as well. One of like my event proposals is continue to work with the Disability Awareness Center and Access Carleton, which I'm the current VP for. And continuing on with the Disability Awareness Week, where students have the opportunity to talk about issues of ableism, talk about like their experiences on campus, how to make campus more accessible. And another one of my proposals in terms of Frosh Week as well is to incorporate and explore Ottawa events where students have the opportunity, like because a lot of our students that are coming are not from Ottawa, so they need the opportunity to actually know the resources that are available to them going on tours, and ensuring that all events are accessible as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so when you plan events, eventually what happens is you fall into a bit of a financial question about, I have limited resources, especially in terms of money. How are you going to make sure that these amazing events that you have in your mind are financially feasible for the organization and deliver quality student experience?
Thank you for that question. So it's really important to collaborate with the wide range of departments that we have on campus, as I proposed, like collaborating with SPROT, collaborating with Student Experience Office, collaborating with ISSO to be able to provide these diverse events as well, and also like to have like funding for those events. It's also very significant to work closely with the Vice President of Finance to evaluate all the budgets that we have. To evaluate the budget for each event and ensuring that we are remaining within a certain budget, and to ensure that we have the remaining budget can also help us throughout the school year as well. Yeah.
Yeah, being the president of a local committee of Isaac, I've adopted a cheap mindset a bit. So you got to be a little cheap sometimes. But the main thing is really making sure that we're prioritizing what's the main things that we want to do and utilizing our partnerships. And that's why I emphasize a lot on my platform on partnerships, whether it's with other organizations, student clubs, other universities, to make sure that we can make big events that are still accessible and are still financially feasible. So it really is all about just like partnership, making sure that we're doing a lot of big partnerships with U Auto, Algonquian, that they can bring the talents, we can utilize and focus on another aspect, and we all bring our resources together, our financial constraints together, and stick to a budget that can work into making sure our events are financially accessible to everyone. Yeah. Thank you.
So since the pandemic, we have some issues with student engagement and having people come to CUSA events or just CUSA services that we provide. Do you have some any ideas on how to re-engage with the community and to increase the network of students that are aware of CUSA?
Thank you for the question. So it ultimately comes to two things. One, the branding. Branding, CUSA, has to be a bit more visible and it has to resonate with the student interest and experiences. So utilizing Haven, for example, as a student service, that's very nice. We all want really cute coffee shops that we can study in. So sort of utilizing student leaders, student influencers that kind of sort of showcase our services and using them to our advantage and showing them how they can have a good experience with it. And the second part comes to people not trusting CUSA. So they don't really want to go to CUSA because they don't really trust CUSA. And that's in my platform where I suggested CU suggestions. It could be an online portal where people can directly tell what kind of things they want to see, and we directly respond to them, whether it's feasible, it's not feasible, it's something that could be done. I also think it really comes back to making sure that we as CUSA representatives are sharing our personal side and are sharing why are we here? What are we standing for? People feel connected when they know the person and they know what they stand for. If it's more just like, I'm the president, I'm the vice president, and that's it, people don't feel connected. They don't feel sort of the step forward that they want to come to us. So it's really just sharing a more personable side of CUSA as well as providing them the space to share their suggestions. Yeah.
Thank you for that question. So there are a lot of aspects that we need to consider in terms of like branding events. So first of all, it's always important to ensure that the events are based on the feedback of students as well, ensuring that they're accessible, are in reliance with Accessibility Canada, because a lot of students will feel like, okay, well, these events are not accessible enough for me to attend. However, it's also important to market events as well. So I am the social media coordinator for the Student Experience Office. A big part of my role is really like marketing, like promoting events on social media, which I think like we should, in CUSA, we should also take these initiatives as well. It's also very important it's also very important to incorporate more of the street team in terms of promoting events, because I'm currently also a volunteer on the street team as well. So I would say like also incorporating them to like table events, like for upcoming any events, like for example, sex toy bingo, the block party, silent disco, like all events that I volunteered with this year. I feel like a part of my role this year is really to help out with events, but I really see the street team as a way for us to like promote our upcoming events as well, and also try to gain some more feedback from students.
Further questions? Anyone online?
Yeah, I can do mine. Same one as I've been doing today. Can you describe your involvement with CUSA programming events, advocacy campaigns, etc. over the last calendar year? Thank you.
So as I mentioned before, I am a volunteer with the street team on CUSA, so I have had the opportunity to volunteer in the block party during Frosh Week. I've had the opportunity to see like the hard work that goes into like preparing events, all the hard work it takes to like put into these events as well. And also I am a volunteer with the Carleton Disability Awareness Center and the Women's Center as well. So I've had the chance to see a really wide, diverse range of the types of events that students want to see.
Yeah, thank you, Jordan, for the question. So I sadly haven't been involved with CUSA, but outside of CUSA, I've been the president of Isaac and Oshawa, as I mentioned. I've been the campus activity board director of volunteer engagement and program support. And part of these two roles, I've organized a local conference, actually remotely from Ottawa in an actual conference in Oshawa. I'm also the current vice president of logistics and experience of the biggest annual conferences that takes place next year in Ottawa. And a lot of these like programming events, I've learned that it's really one of my biggest favorite passions to organize events that are accessible, inclusive, and making sure that we're fitting in the needs of different variety groups. Some of the events that I've had is Global Village was a virtual event that had over 100 registrations, and it was in the collaboration of 7 culture clubs here in Carleton. Another event was Women Leading Social Change, which I collaborated with student leaders here that have led social development goals initiatives, as well as I've had coffee chat with exchange participants to sort of like talk more about our exchange program in Isaac. And really part of it is more just like, I wanna make sure that our events are tailored towards specific interests and making sure that we're representing different people and making sure that whatever you are, whoever you are, you will have fun in that event and you'll still find something to do and to still like sort of be represented in that event. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next question.
I'm Maya James. I'm an outgoing past counselor. As VP student, like you're responsible for all the events that CUSA runs, including those that other vice presidents lead up. How would you go about interacting with them and just supporting them and having them support you?
Thank you, Maya, for your question. I think planning is a big part of just making sure that we're all coming together as a team, setting our goals, setting what we want to get out of this event, setting our vision. A big thing is also consultation. So sort of knowing what's the big goal and what's the big thing that you got out of this event and consulting the right people and getting the right resources needed. It really has to do a lot with collaboration and sort of if we all know what's the bigger vision, what's the bigger goal, we can set like tracking tools, we can set tracking specific things that we know that everyone's sort of responsible for. Another thing I would ensure to do is not have clashing like events and clashing points. It's not really a matter of quantity, it's a matter of quality. So making sure that we are focusing on, okay, you know, there's 3 people here that are passionate about mental health. How can we make one big mental health initiative that gets as many students, that shows resources that we have? So collaboration, prioritization, and planning.
Would you mind repeating the question, please?
Yeah. Basically, like as the VP student, like you're responsible for all the events that CUSA runs, including ones that other vice presidents think up. How would you go about supporting them in happenings?
I think as Iman was saying, it is very important to propose collaboration as well. I would say like also collaborating, ensuring like the CUSA clubs around campus also have like have the opportunity to propose their ideas as well, and ensuring that events are inclusive, are in terms of accessibility, and in terms of like ensuring, like for example, one of like my initiatives on my platform is to do a sexual assault awareness week, where I want to collaborate with a small business called Venus Envy, which is very important for students to learn about consent culture, to have like a closed discussion about like students that may have dealt with sexual violence, but also to like go over like about other types of workshops as well, like proposing like to have workshops on colonialism, on apartheid states, like ensuring that there's something out there for everyone to enjoy and to learn about, because like a big part of my platform is educational initiatives, so ensuring that events are not only engaging but also and also provide that educational aspect as well.
Yes.
Hi, Grace Sims, outgoing chair of the CUSA Board of Directors. You've both kind of touched a little bit maybe on finances, but just from the board's perspective, of course, money's tight. The budget came out just recently. And events, of course, can be expensive. How would you negotiate or navigate those competing interests and those competing priorities? There's a lot of wonderful events that I'm sure as VPSL you would want to put on. How do you decide how much to allocate and what events to allocate funding to?
So a great way to do events is also to prioritize like current students and alumni over like big names, for example. It's also very important for collaboration as well, to, as I was saying, to collaborate with other departments such as the Student Experience Department, the International Student Services Office, like Carleton Athletics, to really like bring in to collaborate on like the budget as well, to also like prioritize like events that students want to see.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think especially when dealing with like financial issues, we have to really prioritize. We have to make sure that we're cutting down maybe the events that do not have as much reach. They could be awesome initiatives. It could be things that are really good, but they're just not getting as many students as we want. They're not sending students to the resources that we want them to utilize. So prioritizing what events have the most reach and sort of making sure that we're utilizing those and making sure that we put a lot on this. Second thing is partnerships, as I mentioned. So partnering with different universities, but also the different departments here at Carleton. I work at athletics, I work at housing, and I know there's so many unused spaces that we can use, for example, to cut down on costs that could perhaps be cut down on, and making sure that we're really just utilizing the resources that we have and the network around us to cut down on things that could be able to cut, and the things that are maybe just like a necessary or priority that we want, sort of prioritizing what event has the most student reach, what event is really what we need right now and is the most important core focus, and what things could be potentially maybe pushed for later. Another thing is looking into funding options. So as the president of Isaac in Oshawa, I had looked in a lot of funding options from the government, and some of these worked, some of these didn't, but sort of looking on what we can do to reach more people, and sponsorships. Sponsorships is a big thing in negotiations, and if we can, as CUSA leaders, sort of get like training and proper training on how to negotiate, how to get proper sponsorships, how to really go through that, that's very important. And as the current also Vice President of Logistics and Experience of the biggest annual conferences, one of the things that I'm doing right now is going to hotels and basically begging them to go from $280,000 to get it to 180, for example. So that's a big cut, but it ultimately comes down to showing the company or the people that we want to partner with is what we can offer and the reach that you can get through CUSA, and how can you provide that us. Hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Okay. Final call for questions. Seeing none, I thank the candidates very much for their time. And just as a reminder for any of those that came later, didn't hear me, candidate Bert Angold withdrew from Student Life, and candidate Alexa Barrett withdrew from Community Engagement. So we are now moving right to the Vice President Community Engagement Q&A. There is just one candidate, but the Q&A will work just the same. Councilors can ask questions of the candidate. Okay, if you'd like to briefly introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Patrick. I'm running for the Vice President Community Engagement position. Thank you. Short background about me. I'm currently an executive on a number of clubs on campus. I'm also a past counselor from last year. And I also volunteer at a bunch of service centers and organizations on campus.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Yes.
So last part of the AGM, you mentioned a lot of things in your kind of initial speech about the fact people don't know about the services CUSA offers. And I 100% agree with you. I didn't know until I became a CUSA counselor of the 3 businesses, 8 service centers, and everything. What is your kind of steps that you are imagining you're going to take to make sure that that becomes known to people, that services and resources are well used? What kind of actionable plan would you put in place there?
Thank you for that question. So off the top of my head, the first thing I would have to say is that we should go more into an in-person approach. It's obviously a result of the pandemic and like how everything became online. And I believe that with new students as well, they're not really as engaged anymore in person. And for example, some new students might not know like the CUSA Instagram, for example. They might not follow the Instagrams of the service centers. They might not be aware of the social media aspects that the service centers provide. So I feel like going more into an in-person promotion format would be better. So this could look like fall orientation, having the service centers table during events. This could look like using the CUSA street team a bit more, maybe having them table occasionally or just stand in the UC, engage with students that are walking by. Sometimes it does get annoying, but in the past it's shown that out of 10 students that walk past, you might get one student who like will be willing to talk to you, and that's an increase in engagement as well. That student might tell their friends about the service centers that they don't know about, and like that, the word spreads around more, as opposed to only posting like on social media, posting on our stories where not everyone reposts, not everyone might be viewing that, as compared to the 27,000 students that we have, undergrad students we have in Carleton. There are about how many thousand that follow the CUSA Online Instagram. So you can kind of tell that it's a disproportionate like amount of people who might not be aware of any of the services we provide. So I think just going off that, my first point of action would be probably to try a bit more in-person promotion.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, we'll go Boris first. And then...
Okay, so one of as folks might know, the VPC portfolio is a brand new position. It's only been held by 3 executives. The community engagement portfolio has been expanding, and after this year, we've seen there's an expanse within more an external affairs sort of perspective. In that, what I'm trying to say is that there's more to do when it comes with, say, OC transport or with the food bank or like blood drives and stuff like that. What other ideas do you have to diversify CUSA's external affairs partnerships?
Okay, so one point, like I mentioned in the agent part 1, I believe that being in Ottawa with a lot of the embassies that are in Ottawa as well, we could reach out to more embassies to get partnerships, sponsorships for international students, because one of the points that international students have brought to me or voiced as a concern is that a lot of the job opportunities or opportunities in general that are present are limited to permanent residents or citizens. So it would be beneficial to reach out to embassies, international organizations to increase our outreach and to be able to provide more opportunities, more sponsorships, more internships, more volunteer jobs for students, international students on campus, and even domestic students who might be interested in those international communities as well. Yeah.
So this possibly started taking more concrete steps towards reconciliation as maybe community engagement, and because you'd be interacting with our partners outside as well. What efforts you want to make, or what steps will you be taking to make sure that CUSA is keeping up with their efforts towards reconciliation?
Thank you. That's an interesting question. Recently, I've learned more about like Indigenous reconciliation, as I'm an international student from Nigeria. So before getting to Canada, I didn't really know much about the Indigenous community. What I would say for that, I would try to look at what the general consensus is. What I mean by that is, for example, there are steps being taken in other schools, in other provinces, towards reconciliation. And I would look to that as inspiration, for lack of a better word, to know how to move forward with communicating with like Carleton stakeholders, for example, towards reconciliation. I think it's also be important to engage the Carleton students as well. So through either the Miranda Sake Center or even just having, let's say, town halls or talks with Indigenous students to see what their needs are, what they would like to see CUSA do, what they would like to see us, what they would like to have us talk to the school about, and then get the needs directly from them, and then use that as our basis for what we discuss with the school as well. Because at the end of the day, we're advocating for the students first, so their needs should come first.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes.
So as vice president of community engagement, you have to really take into consideration like how small things can really affect like a large community that you might not know about. For instance, transportation is a really big problem within our community, not with just like say like buses not arriving on time, but accessibility as well. So with paratranspo, do you have like any ideas regarding like how you would tackle these initiatives and who you would get in contact with?
So for transportation, specifically the paratranspo, I believe there's a lot of room for improvement for that actually. I'm not seeing much of the paratransport on campus, which I think in of itself speaks a lot because we have a good number of students who need that service on campus. So I believe being able to advocate for those students and ask for, let's say, an increased schedule, for example, let's say if the paratransport, I have not much information on it, but let's say, for example, if it comes once every 2 hours, we could ask, okay, could it come once every hour because we have more students who need the service on campus, things like that. I think it also boils back down to meeting the students what they need as well. So having discussions with the students who need these services, asking them what they need, and then going to the government or the transport, OC Transport, whoever handles that, and then having these discussions with them, bringing it to them. Oh, the students on campus have asked that we need this, or they've said that the service isn't adequate in this particular section. Can we work on this? What can we do? Where can we meet in the middle? Things like that. So I think the main point of this, the main point of my platform too, is also like engaging with the students as well, finding their needs first, and then using that as the basis of all my actions from then on.
Yes.
Hi, my name's Kiana. I'm one of the FPA counselors. So to my knowledge, part of the position that you're running for is being able to connect students with like opportunities, whether that's work opportunities or volunteers, stuff like that. So do you have any personal ideas or plans to help engage students in that way?
Yes, I do. So one plan I have is, besides the embassy plan to increase international student opportunities as well, I feel like there's also an opportunity to have, for example, a lot more tech volunteer jobs and internships as well. Ottawa is one of the, Canada to be specific, has one of the biggest like tech hubs in Ontario, if not Canada. Don't hold me on that. But so with these opportunities that we have because of the location we're in, I feel like there's a lot more opportunity for us to reach out to different companies, ask them for more internships. Companies do also reach out as well. So for example, in my role as BSA president, I've had companies reach out to us to promote like their summer internships, things like that. I think engaging with those companies and organizations who are more willing to have these roles open for students is extremely important, because there are some companies who might be willing to have these internship opportunities for students, but who might just have not been contacted yet, or who might just be doing their own thing. So it would be then on us as the student organization executives to reach out to them to try to get these opportunities for the students. So I think just reaching out as much as possible to potential companies, potential organizations, nonprofits, etc.
Thank you. Final call for questions. Okay. Do like final call now for any new questions. If not, we'll go to Faris for the last question.
So one of the things that Vice President Community Engagement for overseas is a coalition between the student unions of Carleton, U Ottawa, and Algonquin College. Do you have any plans on how you would like to maintain this relationship coalition between these three post-secondary institutions? And how would you perhaps expand that to the province and the country?
Thank you for the question. I think for the first part on maintaining the relationships, I think it's important to just have conversations with them. At the end of the day, we're all students. at the upper level, and we have very similar needs. We have needs that we might need to advocate for students towards like the government, for example. And I think in those kind of situations, it would be more beneficial to have student unions from other schools as well, not just Carleton student unions. So keeping that connection would just be a matter of having discussions with them, having, oh, we have these advocacy needs that we want to talk to the government about. Would you guys be open to also having this conversation with us, being in this conversation with us as well? How can we work together to get the needs for the students in Ottawa, for example, the OC Transpo situation, you Ottawa students also use OC Transpo. So things like that, we'll be able to have a common ground. And I think that common ground is what would be the bond for the relationship amongst the university associations. When it comes to other universities as well, on a similar basis, we do have similar needs. For example, tuition needs are federally controlled. So it's not just the Ontario government, it's not just the Ottawa government that we would need to lobby to, it would need to be the federal government. And like I said, for the first part, we would have more, shall I say, a stronger foothold when we have more university organizations that are coming together to lobby for the same needs of students. So at the same time, we can use that common ground to establish a relationship amongst the students and amongst the student associations as well and executives.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. So that concludes the final candidate Q&A. So we will now move to the balloting process. So for that, I would ask for all the candidates to leave the room. If you are appointing a scrutineer, please do so now, and if they could identify themselves and come to the front of the room. Question?
Yeah. Is there no VPF this period?
That the VP finance position is not part of the vice presidential elections. My understanding is that will take place after the elections are complete.
They're not on the ballot.
It's a hired position, not an elected position.
Yeah, so it's after.
Would you'd like a break before voting? Okay, is that the wish of everyone?
We can vote first and then take a break, right? Okay. Yeah. Vote first and then take a break.
Okay.
Do we stay in the room or are we just like?
Yeah. So if there, yeah. So how this is, just to explain how it'll work. So I'd like all the candidates to leave the room. If you have a scrutineer, please identify them. They can come to the room and observe the voting process. For all eligible voters, please come up to the front. I'll give you the ballots and check you off the voters list. For those that have registered online, I'll be emailing you the link as soon as I'm done talking. It'll be open for 10 minutes. I'll say it'll close at 4:35 at this point in time. So if you're voting online, you have to be doing so like the same way as if you were in the room, like doing it live. And then that form will close. I'll be putting the ballot boxes on the chairs. Please put the ballot in the correct box. They are labeled. And then for the ballots, there's 3 scenarios, given how many candidates we have. So for the community engagement ballot, well, 2 of them have been amended today with Sharpie because candidate withdrawals happened today and the ballots were already printed. So the Vice President Community Engagement, you can vote, it's a confidence vote. So the options are the candidate or no confidence. A majority is required for them to be elected. For the 2 positions that have 2 candidates, so internal and student life, vote for one of the candidates and a majority will be elected. And then for the student issues, which has more than 2 candidates, it's ranked choice. So you can rank the candidates 1 through 6. You are not required to rank the entire way. Once you stop ranking, you cannot start, like you can't start again later. Any non-ranked, there's just considered an abstention at that point in time. Any blank votes are also, or spoiled votes are also considered abstentions and are not used in the calculation of a majority. Does anyone have any questions on how voting works? No. Okay. So if the candidates could please step out. Any scrutineers come to the front, and then councillors can start forming a line up here, please. Okay. Yeah, yes, here, yeah, okay, sorry, I'm just getting, I'm just gonna send the online emails right now. And then,
Yeah. What's your name? Mark. 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 Oh, Saad. Okay. So okay. So I think there's like a new one, right? Yeah. Incoming. Okay.
okay,
Sites.
right, yes, yes.
Engineering. Oh, a lot of engineering people came. That's good.
Okay. Okay. Okay, everyone online has been sent.
Yeah, he's gonna start first.
Okay, name please. And name and what position, like faculty? Science, okay. Okay, thank you. There's your core ballot. The secret ballot, so go off on your own, fill it out, fold it, put it in the ballot box.
Saad Khan. Science. Okay. And you get. Just can I make a pen please or something?
I don't have, this is the only pen I have. Yeah. Name and faculty.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you. There you go.
Raj Gill, FBA.
Okay. There you go. Sure. Art? Okay, sorry, I don't know the art. Thank you. Sorry, what? Oh, up here. Sorry. Sorry? All the people that indicated they are voting online and have provided their email have gotten the email. If they have not done so, they should be emailing me like now.
Maybe let's make that announcement there.
It was, but yes, on more than one occasion. Okay, okay. If you're attending the AGM remotely and have not sent in your email address to vote online, you should be doing so within the next 2 minutes or sooner, and as the vote will be closing at 4:35.
Sorry, where do we send it to?
CRO at CUSA.
Please send the email to cro@cusaonline.ca immediately.
Those on the Zoom call, you should have received an email from Connor with the ballot that you can vote on. You can vote through just sending an email with your options. You'll first need to get a link from Connor, and that link is where you vote on. So now, those of you who haven't informed Connor before, send an email to Connor at cro@cusaonline.ca requesting the ballot for the VP elections, and then he's gonna send you a link where you can vote. Is that understandable? And please do not send your votes through email, only through the link that Connor will send you. Okay, perfect, Nikosi. You will be expecting that link any second now. Okay, perfect, Maher. Eddie, did you get your ballot? Everyone else? Okay, Eddie, hold on. We're gonna send it to you. So it's and then everyone else. Mubina, you got it. Did you get it? Barihan. Okay. Um, the person who's named as Nilo. What is your full name? Oh, Yusuf. It's Yusuf. Oh, okay. So, okay, Yusuf, you should have gotten your ballot as well.
There's a name here I don't recognize, or maybe I'm just blind and can't find them on this list. This person, are they a counselor?
Yeah, they're Counselor Gauri Bharadwaj. They're for SPA.
Oh, there, jeez. Okay, yeah, okay, they're getting it.
Okay, Gauri, you should be getting your ballot right now.
And it's 4:35 now, so we'll go forward.
Okay, don't worry about it. We're just gonna extend the voting for another minute. Don't worry about it. Just- Okay, Yusuf, you should have gotten your ballot. Now, can you confirm if you got your ballot in your email?
It was just sent. A-N. Where is this person?
Well, no, this person said they didn't rank all the choices, so then they resubmitted ranking them. Like, God almighty, why can't people follow basic instructions?
I'm glad it's you and not me because you know what? I'm normally the one that gets all of Dan would be like,
Okay, this person should have, so this email is just being deleted with their vote. And then it was already sent to him. Okay, those are the form responses. Okay, so this one will flag and we'll be deleting the first one. And then taking the second one. Okay, this can get closed. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, Okay, everyone online that has requested a ballot should have received it. The form will now close at 4:45. I tried to make it go as
Okay. Voting has now been complete, so I will now be turning the meeting back over to the speaker, and I will be going to count the ballots and will report back the results. Yes, you're welcome to come if you're scrutineering. Yes, thank you all very much.
So after, literally all you have to do is do Q&A with the. No, we're not doing that. We're not today. No. Okay. Then okay. Election stuff. Then certify the board. Councilor, speaker, speaker, council, committee, and so speaker, board. But also, go for VP second. Thanks,
All right, hi everyone. Okay. All right, so we need a point of order, something to discuss. So for C-015 for the election, for the Vice President Finance Committee. So there was an issue that did happen. So the committee that was actually supposed to elect the individual, it was the wrong committee. I'm going to get just to discuss it, I'm going to get Ferris to talk a little bit more about it, and then figure out as like council what we want to do next.
Okay, so councillors, we just found out a few minutes ago that there was an error in the committee that was supposed to nominate a VPF secretary treasurer. So in that committee, as every other committee, there was supposed to be 2 councillors that needs to be appointed. So the timeline for that is in May's first council meeting, there was a committee that was struck. It had councillors Stephanie Ugara and councillor Melad Mulugeta. But then what happened in January earlier this year, another committee was set up for this position, VPF Secretary Treasurer, which wasn't supposed to happen because we already had struck the committee. And in this new committee was replacing Councillor Melad was Councillor Easby. That wasn't accounted for. So the committee that was struck, or the committee that was there to nominate the candidate that is presented to you, was the one that was struck in May. So we want to inform council about this process now, because with the timing and everything, our committee was set up. They did meet with all the candidates and they recommended this particular candidate to council. Now it's up to you, council, to whether to decide to keep the recommendation that this original committee has given, or not to accept it. And I would also yield my time to the Director of Student Development to explain the process.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Faris. And hello, a lot of familiar faces. Some people I've met, some people I haven't. So yes, I'm Sam. I'm the Director of Student Development with CUSA. I'm a full-time staff person. I also, for some of you who have seen me before, probably at the last VP Finance hiring or selection, used to be the Acting Director of Human Resources for CUSA. I've moved on from that role as of January, but our Human Resources Department is overwhelmed at the moment. So I assisted on this where I could. So I'm hoping to speak to this. So I'd start off by saying I think calling it an error or the wrong committee is probably not the right terminology. We have 2 committees on this front. And I know there was a discussion, and actually, Sam, I was excited to have you on the committee, and this was a conversation that was had about which committee was actually in force and effect, and the same discussion was being had about the board hiring committee, which appears to not have had similar issues. So that said, I have 2 things that I want to say, and then I'm not going to speak on this anymore, and I'll respect your will as council. But thing 1 is that we did go through a process. We solicited applications. We have interviewed all those candidates. We have declined all of the candidates save the one that has said they are showing up here today. And so there's some amount of respect I think owed to that person who jumped through all our hoops, and I'm willing to admit on CUSA's behalf, on my behalf, that there is a obvious misunderstanding that beyond even a clerical error, a matter of opinion. And so I don't want the candidate to be hurt by that process. I also don't want to alienate the candidate. So that's my one consideration. My other consideration is that, Sam, I know we deprived you of your chance on this committee, and I just want to make sure that any conversation we have about this has you at the center, because you're the one who missed out on the opportunity to serve on this committee. So I'm, you don't have to speak. There's no onus on you. I just want to make sure that whatever happens here is at your will. That's it.
Thank you. Speak, Counselor.
Yes. Okay. So I agree with obviously there was an error made, and likely outcome is the best person probably was put forward and chosen and will be voted on by us here. But one thing I would like to point out with the idea of this council or not having the VP Finance elected by the students the way the rest of the VPs were, back in November or December, when we actually had the vote to decide that, I was the only person who didn't think we should have a committee for it, or one of two people that didn't think we have the committee for it. So I find like the irony that there was kind of an error made in that, kind of when everyone on council was in favor of changing the process for one VP but not the rest. Just the irony being pointed out in that. But other than that, I think going ahead with how it is makes sense, because as long as there was two people that overseed and saw all of it, then obviously for the fairness of the person chosen, then I think it's right to go with it how it is. But I just wanted to note the irony that obviously I believe that it should be the same as all the other VP positions, and maybe that's something that council that has been previously elected can consider for next year, to have it the same process for all VPs rather than separating it for one specific exec position.
So thank you, Counselor. Yes, President.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to say that I agree with moving forward with the candidate who has been brought forward by the nominating committee, but I did just have two questions, and I just wanted to know if, like, who made the decision that it was the first committee that we selected? Was the VPI consulted in that to get a reading of, or to get, clarification on the policy or on the motions that were passed? Were you consulted? Yeah, I just wanted like clarity on that. I don't know how that was missed.
Yes, Sam.
Oh, I promise not to speak again, and here I am so fast. So the short answer, Anastasia, is this was all more than a month ago, and as much as I want to trust my memory on it, we were having this conversation not only about Vice President Finance, but also board, and we were working on significant other projects at CUSA that were overshadowing both of these that I'm not too thrilled about. I was hoping these would kind of be the most important things we were doing over the last month. In the past 30 minutes, since this was brought to my attention, searching through my email, my Slack messages, I cannot find any formal guidance. None of this is made easier by the fact that I only came in to assist these processes more recently, as the new manager of human resources is overwhelmed at CUSA. And so neither of the timelines for either of these are up to our standards either. We were hoping board nominees and VP Finance nominees their names would be submitted to council more than a week before this meeting, before AGM Part 1. But the nature of things is this is where we've ended up. What I can say is that on all of these matters, board nominating committee and Vice President Finance nominating committee, I do remember speaking with the Vice President internal about it. I just don't remember the resolution or which committee we were talking about when it came to specific items. And for that, I'm sorry. And I wish I had minutized those things better.
Okay, does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. So I think moving forward, I think we should, I think it is kind of open now up to debate, but we should put through a motion of whether or not we want to move forward with this election process for the VP Finance, or if we want to just not do it and for the committee to reform. You heard a lot of people speak. Does anybody have anything to say before we go into voting? Yes, Councilor Hannon.
Yeah, so I just have a few questions about kind of
the process that was gone through. So my understanding is that every single candidate who self-nominates then goes through a question process and, you know, a regular standard application, that kind of thing. How many candidates were interviewed for this position?
The committee wants to talk. So we received, I believe, 8 applicants for the VP Finance position. One of them was a graduate student, so obviously we had to reject that application. So with the remainder of the 7 applications, the policy institutes us to interview 3 candidates, and within the 3 candidates, we choose the top candidate that we recommend to council, and then it is council's vote of confidence for if they would like it or not, or then you know what happens, we would again strike the committee again. But that's what happened. There were part of the committee was myself, the incoming president, was the current vice president of finance, Steve Mansour, who is also on the call. We had Sam Marna, who's our HR manager, board of director Jody Matthews, and councilors Stephanie Ogara and Councillor Melat. All of them participated. Councillor Melat was sent the recordings of the council meeting as she was in Ethiopia, I believe. But most of the other candidates, the panelists, participated in the interview, and we recommended the top choice. That helps.
Okay, awesome. So my understanding is that even though it was, you know, a counselor that had been chosen in May and not in January, the same process was followed. 7 candidates were considered. You went through the whole process with everyone beyond the counselors. So I see 2 counselors represented. Every other group that's stipulated in our policies were represented, and we had a good turnout of candidates, all things considered. So I don't see a reason to not go forward with this, especially with the blessing of Sam. Thanks, man.
I actually want to correct myself. Actually, we also rejected another application. Not rejected, but the other candidate was the VP internal candidate, Alvin, who also applied for VP Finance. So we told them they cannot run for both positions. So I just want to correct myself for the record. That's it.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, just a quick question. Hoping to get some assurance that there was some independence between the councillors for the member chosen for the VP Finance and the 2 committee councillors who were on the committee that chose the member.
Yes. So the other thing is not all the people on this panel are voting members. So there are also non-voting members. So the incoming president, myself, the 2 councillors in the call, and the board of director are the voting members, I believe. So 4 of them. Out of that, we had 3 votes in favor that we got. We did not receive another 4th confirmation. So that was a simple majority that we got, and that's the 4th candidate that we put forward to council today.
Okay.
Sorry, I just have one question. Sorry, this is as councillor. So did we have council representation within this committee, like the committee that chose this current nominee?
Yes, as per the policy, 2 councillors were in the committee.
Okay. Super.
And there were voting members.
Okay, great. Okay, awesome. Cool. So I'm going to put forward a motion on essentially a motion to keep the recommendations made by the current nominating committee. If anybody would like to move that, just so we, everybody is on the same page, right?
Hello.
Yes, Councillor Eve.
Yeah, just to confirm, this is to go ahead with the whatever process was normally like.
Yes, and to go ahead and move and go ahead to to continue the motion to elect the vice president of finance.
So this is to, without hearing from the candidate. Sorry, I came in late. So have we heard from the VP finance?
To approve.
To approve.
So
Okay,
just
so
to
that's
approve
what
it,
I'm
just
just
approve
getting
it
clarity,
and
just to
allow it
approve
and
and
just
to hear from it. Okay, so we will at some point here.
So yeah, we need a mover and seconder on to make sure
I'll
everybody
move
agrees on it.
that,
Yeah, Councillor, and somebody second it. What's your?
Kiana.
Kiana, thank you. Yes. Okay, so all in favor who agree that we can move on, or what do you say? Sorry, all in favor who agree to the motion to continue with the elections for the VP Finance, please raise your hand now.
Point of information, can incoming councillors vote on procedural stuff?
No.
No.
Not yet. Well, no, you can only cast a vote today for the candidates. And this isn't a vote. This is a procedural motion.
Okay, Perfect, sounds good. So just move her a second, right?
Yeah, okay, perfect.
We
Okay.
still need to vote on the motion.
Yes, and we need to vote on the motion. Like, all in favor? We had to vote in a second, or now we have to vote?
Wait, that's what.
Yes.
Anyway,
There was a
going right.
miscommunication.
Okay, I'm so confused. Sorry,
You were
good.
You can still vote, it's just like the incoming counselors cannot vote for a motion, they can only vote for a
Oh,
candidate,
okay.
and we're not quite at the
Sorry
candidate.
about that, sorry. Okay, yeah,
That's
so,
okay.
yeah.
It's confusing
Okay,
me.
all counselors, please raise your hand. Not new counselors. Sorry about that. All right, all in favor, please raise your hand.
Do we have quorum?
Yeah, do we?
You cannot take proxies, by the way, just saying.
Yeah, we haven't lost anyone, and we established quorum at the beginning of the meeting. Did we? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, cheers.
I know you don't get a new board.
We're gonna pretend that there's quorum.
No,
because I don't
there
think
is
it's
quorum.
There is accordance to what, at the beginning of the meeting, there was a quorum.
Technically, so long as no one asks for quorum, it's fine.
I retract my previous statements.
Okay. Sorry.
2 online.
2 online? Okay, 1, okay, sorry. Eight, alright. Alright, and all who are against, please raise your hand now. Alright, seeing none, we
There's
have.
one on the.
That was from previous, I believe. Yeah, that was
Okay,
already done.
sorry, apparently I just jumped around. Alright, so. Alright, so seeing none, so we have 11 in favor and 0 are against, so awesome. Okay, sorry, just looking at the time, do we have the BP, do we have Tara here yet? No.
So
Okay,
yeah, Tara's supposed to arrive at 5:30. She had a prior commitment.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we're just going to, if it's okay with everyone, we're just going to move on into the rest of the regular business. And then when Tara arrives, then we will the election process. Okay, great. All right, so we're now going to move on to item 5, regular business, motion to elect the vice presidents of the association.
We can't do that yet.
Thank you. Sorry about that. My brain's not working right now.
We'll
All
just
right.
come back to that one.
Okay, cool. Sorry, so, thank you. Okay, yeah, all right, so here, so motion to elect directors of the board. Whereas the association board of directors shall be elected or appointed at this annual general meeting, and whereas the board nominating committee has tendered its final recommendation for council, therefore be resolved, the council elect the following individuals as directors of the board by the way of a secret ballot. Okay.
Well, wait, what? Sorry? No, the board members have already been.
They've already been elected. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
We're just approving.
We're just approving. Yes.
Committees.
Oh, point of information.
Yes.
So are we skipping the motion to elect the vice presidents of the organization?
Yeah, we can't do that yet.
There's no results yet, so yeah,
we've
we're also
moved on-
skipping
no.
that as well. So for
Okay.
regular business, all right, so we're skipping
So-
the vice president of finance, and then we're also skipping regular business section.
So we moved on to C-116, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for clarity, the council absolutely has to vote on this. The board nominating and selection committee has put forward 5 candidates. I will talk to this when we actually read the motion, but they are actually appointed by council. And you are the only body who can appoint new directors and by extent remove old directors.
So is it done by secret ballot? Or can we do a motion to to appoint the list that's been provided? Because on the motion there, you said it said secret ballot?
Yes.
Someone can certainly amend the motion.
Alright, I'd like to
And
amend.
simply say the council elect the following individuals.
I'll move to amend the motion.
Okay.
Well, I guess we have to move and say, I'll move the motion. Raj, you said you'll second the motion? And then
Okay.
now I will also move to amend the motion.
And I'll also
And he will also second my amendment. And my amendment is to
Strike
remove the
all.
secret, strike the secret ballot and just have a unanimous consent vote on the nominees that have been presented to us.
Okay, and then also just a point where, sorry, I'm not very familiar with directors of the board. So all the individuals that are stated within this motion can't, like, is there a certain amount of people that have to be elected, or is it all of these individuals?
All of the people who have been elected
yeah,
are
so-
replacing.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so there's 3 returning members who will still be on the board because they were appointed for 2-year terms. Simon being one of them with their hand up. And then the other 5 currently vacant positions. These are individuals who the board nominating and selection committee has put their name forward as new directors.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then also, sorry, Simon has his hand up.
Their hand up, and yes, I can answer any questions that you might have about the process, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna make the amendment. Does anybody else have anything to say?
We have to vote on the amendment.
Yeah, no, before we proceed to voting. Yeah. Yes.
Technically, the elect should be appoint. In
Okay,
the second
sorry
be
about
it
that.
resolved, it should be that council appoint the following individuals as directors of the board. I don't mean to be pedantic, but it is.
A point. All right. All right. Okay. So we have 2 amendments. First change from elect to appoint, and then take away by secret ballot. So all in favor of these amendments, please raise your hand now.
Is there one? One, yeah.
I believe 1.
Just one? Okay. What do we, okay.
All right. And individuals against, please raise your hand now. All right. Seeing none. All right. So we have 12 in favor and 0 against. This the amendment has been passed. Awesome. All right. So now we're going to vote on the motion. So the motion to elect directors of the.
Can I just clarify that for both this one and the previous vote that we did, there were 4 abstentions.
There's no what, sorry.
There were 4 abstentions in that vote and the previous vote that we did. Just for the record.
Abstention.
Yeah, so 4 people didn't
4
vote.
people abstained. Just to
Okay.
keep track of it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. All right. So now we're going to move on. So to the new motion. So the motion to elect directors of the board, whereas the association board of directors shall be elected or appointed at this annual general meeting, and whereas the board nominating committee has tendered its final recommendations for council, therefore be resolved that council appoint the following individuals as directors of the board. By the way, and not by the way, I'm saying well. So, anyways. I'm just going to repeat that. But be resolved that the council appoint the following individuals as directors of the board. All in favor, please. Oh, sorry. Did we move it?
Yeah,
Yes, we did.
yeah.
Sorry, my brain. Okay.
So we already, Raj and I moved. the
Yes, you
motion,
moved it,
but
yeah,
we
and then you
also
amended
moved
it,
the
yeah.
amendment, but maybe just read the list of candidates.
Okay, so we have Alan Bree. We have Emma Davis. We have Megan Johnson. We have Singh Latwi. We have Fadi Sophie. Okay, and all in favor, please raise your hand now.
Can I speak to the motion?
Yes.
Just because it's the last thing I get to do before I'm no longer a board director. I just thought I will speak to the motion,
Okay.
and then bore you a little bit, unless the speaker cuts me off for not being germane. Just to give you a little bit of insight into the process, the board nominating committee did meet, composed of myself, outgoing director Zaitlin, and 2 councillors, one of whom wasn't able to attend, but Councillor Vecchio was able to attend all of the interviews, and Sam and Myrna, who is the manager of human resources. We interviewed the candidates. It was a very strong candidate pool. It was tough to make our decision, but we decided on the 5 eminent individuals who you see on the list before you, at least 3 of whom are in the room now. I think we're confident that they'll do a good job moving forward, 4 of them for a 2-year term and 1 of them for a 1-year term. I'd also like, if unless anybody cuts me off, to thank everyone here. This is my last thing as chair of the board to speak to. Thank you very much for this past year. It's been a pleasure working with all of you, to the executive, to council, and to the board. And a big thank you also to the full-time staff. If people don't know there's full-time staff. You do now. Make sure you know the full-time staff. I wish you all the very, very best of luck to the new executives who are coming up, the new counselors in the room, and the new board. And I'll shut up now, but thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Chair of the board.
And thank you to the other outgoing directors as well.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this motion? Now is your time to do so. All right, seeing none, we're now going to go into voting. All in favor of this motion, please raise your hand now.
And one online. 2 online.
All individuals against this motion, please raise your hand now.
One online, I believe.
No,
no, it's just from there.
Okay. All right, so we have 11 in favor and 2 opposed. Therefore, motion has been passed. All right. Oh, exciting. Okay, so the next one that we have is motion to elect counselors for the Speaker of Council nominating committee. Whereas council may be elected to have a nominating committee, aid them in the selection of Speaker of Council. Therefore, be it resolved that the following 3 councilors are elected to serve on the Speaker of Council nominating committee by the way of filling blanks through the secret ballot. Okay, intriguing. All right.
So just for clarification,
Yes.
these are the individuals on the incoming council
Incoming.
who will be nominating the speaker.
Yes,
Sorry, who will be
correct.
Hiring the committee, hiring.
Hiring, yes.
So don't volunteer yourself if you intend to run for the speaker position.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Yes.
I'd like to nominate for this committee, Councillor Cavero, Councillor Jan, and Councillor Mira.
Sorry, could you repeat the list?
Councillor Cavero, Councillor Jan, and incoming Councillor Mira.
Wonderful. Is there any other nominations for the hiring committee? All right, seeing none. All right, so sorry about that. All right, so seeing none, we're now going to put, so we have 3 nominations. Do the individuals who were nominated accept their nomination? Yes. Okay, great. All right, so we're now going to move on. So we're just going to pass the motion. So motion to elect councilors for the Speaker of Council nominating committee C-11-17, whereas council may be elected to have nominating committee, aid them in the selection of Speaker of Council. Therefore, be resolved that the following 3 councilors are elected to serve on the Speaker of Council nominating committee by the way of filling blanks through the secret ballot. We have Councillor Jan, Councillor Mira, and Councillor Cavaro. Yes. Would anybody like to move this motion? Yes? Councillor James, and then we have President. All right.
It's like secret ballot. Does that become becomes void because all right, I'd like to move to amend this motion.
Yes.
To strike the secret ballot and to just say by majority of council, by majority vote of council.
Okay. Do we have anybody to move in second?
Yeah,
I'll move.
Okay, thank you. All in favor who agree with this amendment, please raise your hand now.
It's just so that we don't have to vote by secret ballot.
Yes. Right.
3 on the.
All those opposed, please raise your hand now. Any online? No. Is there one online?
It was okay.
All right, so 12 are in favor and 0 opposed. Therefore, this amendment to the motion has been passed. All right, we are now going to vote on the motion for counselors. Sorry, we're going to first go to debate though. Does anybody have anything to say about this amended motion? Any counselors like to speak who are nominated? It doesn't, doesn't super matter, but Okay, cool. Anyways, all right, we're now going to go into voting. So all in favor for the motion to elect counselors for the Speaker of Council Nominating Committee, C-717, please raise your hand now. Do you repeat the, oh, I can repeat the motion. Okay, so the candidates are Councillor Jan, Councillor Cavarro, and Councillor Mira. Okay, so all in favor, please raise your hand now.
No. Only the outgoing council votes on this.
Okay, please just keep your hand up. Sorry, keep on changing. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand now. All right, we have 13 in favor and 0 opposed. This motion has been passed. Congratulations to all the candidates. All right. Yes.
I'd like a motion to recess for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, they're still voting, so it'll be nice for councillors to.
Are there any more items on the agenda? Other than the motion?
No, we just have, so we have VP Finance for election, and then we also have, like, when we get the results back, the motion to swear everyone in, so.
Essentially, there's nothing to do right now.
Yeah, so it's a motion to recess.
Yeah, is there an update on the result, like, the people who are counting the ballots right now?
No, well, they haven't returned, so no, and then, we're still waiting on the media.
Okay, so yeah, so we're gonna do a recess for 15 minutes, or it will until the VP Finance nominee comes, essentially. Okay, perfect, all right.
Simon,
Yes.
I assume your message means the list of elected officers being uh, executives, correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, perfect. So the winners of the VP elections. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because we have to certify them on our end. It's weird. There's a whole formal process and a little funny dance that we have to do. But we have to certify officers on our end as well.
And I can say this now, Simon, a process that you have to do. There's no we, or there's no me and we anymore.
You know what? No, actually, you are involved until item 6. Because yes, you are. Read through the agenda. There is going to be a very, very short time in which there are like 14 members of the board.
Really?
Because there's a motion for those who are really interested in hearing about this. I'm happy to provide it. We have a motion to remove delegated authorities, the CUSA board of directors for 2022-2023. Because at no point did council actually remove delegated authorities to the 2022 board. So what we do, I had to figure out how to maneuver this.
This sounds fun. So I'm not done yet.
No, so if you read through the motion, it says we'll officially dissolve all delegated authorities of members of the 2022-2023 CUSA board of directors, notwithstanding the outgoing president, CEO, and VPFST effective immediately. And then we'll transfer all the delegated authorities to the 2023 board, notwithstanding the president and VPFST. And then the transfer happens in May for the president and VPFST. And the motion shall take effect notwithstanding the operations carried out by directors serving on both boards necessary for the day-to-day operations of the association. I know my rules well.
Well done, Simon.
So yes,
yeah.
you're
So
technically.
so what you're telling me, Simon, is I still have another meeting to chair until item 6.
Yes, but then the president becomes the de jure chair of the board as per our bylaws.
Okay.
Or as per the board rules of procedure. So then but it's a de jure chair thing. So it's just until we can elect another chair, or at least that's how I'm reading the board rules of procedure. Although of course we can get a director to chair the meeting.
Yes, it then becomes up to the board who they wish to have chair.
Yeah.
As
See,
always,
we have
at the pleasure.
See, we have layers of headaching bureaucracy on our end too, everyone.
Yeah.
But yeah. But we just smile and nod through it.
Or yeah, you don't need. You'll be fine. You can pack up. We'll. You can't pack up yet. But, okay. Thanks, Simon. So I do need to show up. Okay.
Yeah. And then you can like scram after item 6 if you really want to. But we do have to introduce CUSA in the scope of the board for item 9. So if you really want to stay around for that, that'll be the good time to do it.
Well, I better go reorganize one of my emails that I told the outgoing board we don't need to show up. Because no, I'm gonna go change that email.
Yeah, even just even online.
Yeah.
Because no. Sounds good.
Hey y'all, hey everyone, we're going to start in like right now. So please get to your seats, you know. Okay, yeah, cool. All right, we're now going to do the results.
I was keeping your seat. Keeping your seat.
Yeah.
Okay, I am back with the results. So vote totals, we had 19 votes in the room. We had 18 ballots, online ballots requested, 16 of which were submitted. So for a total of 35 votes cast on each ballot. So for Vice President internal, with 29 votes, elected is Logan Breen. On the second ballot, Vice President Student Issues, going all the way to the final round of a single transferable vote in round number 5 with 19 votes. Amelia
Peixoto.
Peixoto. Amelia Peixoto is elected. Vice President Student Life with 23 votes, Iman Yildani is elected. And for Vice President Community Engagement with 31 votes, Patrick Ean. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all, and thank you to all the candidates. And I'll turn it back to the speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And please give a round of applause. Congratulations to everybody who ran, and also congratulations to everybody who got a position. It's so exciting. I'm so excited for next year. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm not part of it, but it sounds like it's gonna be fun. All right. All right, so now we're just gonna go back. We're gonna go to item 4, and we're gonna go down to the elections to take place. Oh my gosh, sorry, my brain's not working. We're gonna go to section E of, item 4, section E, Vice President Finance Committee question and answer period. Very exciting. So we're gonna have the one and only candidate. How would you pronounce your last name? Yusuf? Okay, just making sure. It is Tara Yusuf, who would like to come up over there, and some counselors, and are going to ask you some questions. All right. Yeah, the camera's just over there, so perfect. So essentially how this is going to work, it's going to work how we did for the other VPs. So there's going to be a Q&A, and then it's going to be secret ballot. Nice one. There you go.
Okay, go.
Okay, perfect.
It's not on yet.
Okay, go.
Hi, everybody.
It's just
So,
for this.
yeah, no worries. If you so if you could please introduce yourself.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to ask for a clarification of like what I'm supposed to do, just because I'm a bit lost right now.
Yeah. So okay. So what we're doing at the beginning, just say your name, say anything about yourself that you would like counselors and other individuals to hear. And then what's going to happen, we're going to open the floor and individuals are going to ask you questions about the role and, similar questions to that. You're going to give them an answer. I'm going to give you about 2 minutes or so to respond to them. Minute and a half, 2 minutes, and then we'll go from there. And then once the questions are done, people are going to vote and then we'll get the results.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. One more thing.
Yes.
Can I just?
No, you just can't have it to your.
Okay. All right. So can I just ask what the recording is for? Not that I'm against it, but I just like to know.
So like what's up here right now?
No, what the recording is for.
Oh, so all CUSA council meetings and board meetings that are public sessions, well, most of them are recorded and posted on our YouTube, just for the members, or not the members, the student population, in case they'd like to look back and watch it.
Okay. Thank you very much for
And maybe
clarifying.
also on our Facebook.
Thank you for clarifying.
No worries.
Yes, and then also some counselors do have a hard time hearing in the back. So if you'd like to come closer a little bit to counselors, that'd be great.
All right.
Okay, great. So yeah, please introduce yourself.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tara Yusuf. I'm vying for the position of Vice President Finance / Secretary Treasurer. I'm in my 3rd year of economics here at Carleton, and I have, a deep passion for efficiency and just business savviness in general. Hence, I applied for this role.
Perfect, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Please raise your hand. Yes, okay, so we have, sorry, I'm just gonna, Councilor Hammond. Okay, perfect, yes.
Okay, just starting, so what made you interested in this finance position? And what are you, what qualifications do you have and what do you hope to, accomplish in the next year? What is your more style like? Are you more for, I guess I'll let you explain, with respect to your goals on the VP finance role.
Okay. Thank you for that question. So what made me interested in this role is the challenging nature of the role. I love a challenge, I hate stillness, and I love to always be fresh in, my intellectual capacity. And, I think this is a great area of connection with students. It's always great to connect with students for personal opportunity and also for just great running of the association in general. And your next question was what I plan
Do you need clarification? Yes.
Yeah, so the first one was your interest. Yeah, what qualifications you have and what your goals are for the next year within that position.
So I have a vast skill set in customer relations, and it might not directly be what this is about, but of course it's one of the integral skills needed for this kind of position. I'm a student of economics, and I have knowledge of some of the integral concepts that will be used in this role. And furthermore, I'd like to simultaneously run or hold this position, and I'd like to simultaneously hold this position, carry out its functions, and learn from the classes I'm taking. I think it's a stronger way to learn. And some of the goals I have for this role are to increase sales in CUSA's businesses, be a person of high accountability, make sure that we given our budgets or our sponsorships, we make the best use of it, and we carry students along the program. We make students more we make finance more accessible to students here at Carleton. So as far as usually hammers on as the vice president student issues, it's important to carry along students in all aspects of CUSA, including Vice President Finance. So in general, just creates public knowledge as well.
Awesome, thank you. All right, next question, Councillor Hammond.
Hi there, nice to meet you. My name is Cass. I'm a outgoing counselor from the Faculty of Engineering and Design. One of my other gigs is that I'm the Vice President of Finance for the Carleton Student Engineering Society, which is the second largest student union on campus, behind CUSA, of course. And I personally didn't have much experience with finances before I was handed a $500,000 budget. As I'm sure you're relating right now, it's like you don't have that $8 million budget worth of experience to kind of tackle this role. But I know personally it's not impossible. But I'd like to know some of your kind of action plans or intentions to address and also manage that inexperience when you're presented with such a high workload budget and so many moving parts.
Yes, thank you very much, Cass, for that question. Yes, I was indeed, amazed to see that, we're working with like a 7 or 8 million budget here at CUSA. But of course, I rely on my own knowledge of finance and my own experience in finance. I'll also rely on, the people that have come before me, the president, and ask, whatever questions I need. I'm also someone who is, very I'm very developmental in the sense that I always want to function at optimal capacity. So, even if, it's, in a certain day, it looks less busy, I will take that free time and use it to update myself. And that involves that update involves collaborating with other CUSA members, other executives to, learn about how things have been done in the past, learn about, their suggestions and my own personal development as well. I'm currently taking a finance course, an online finance course by McGill University, for example, and I intend to continue doing things like this so that I stay fresh enough to, hold this position.
Awesome, thank you. Do we have any more questions? Yes.
Yes, among the, I'd say, areas or concerns that CUSA covers, what are the 3 most important ones to you?
Okay, can I just ask for some more clarification?
So within the various things that CUSA oversees and has budget for, where things are allocated and different things like that, what would be the 3 areas biggest concern to you?
Okay, thank you for that question. So the 3 areas of biggest concern to me would be, first of all, CUSA campaigns, because those are, very highly educative and, even if we're here from school, all of us are, Carleton students come from a vast range of backgrounds, right? So there are lots of beliefs that come from those backgrounds. There's a lot of learning and there's a lot of unlearning we need to do. So I think that, the campaigns are very important. I benefited from a lot of CUSA campaigns myself, things like sexuality, things like culture, and acceptance of people, and just the acceptance of people and like an abolishment of judgmental behavior. And I think that it's really important to facilitate these campaigns so that, while constantly developing society, we're not simpletons. And yeah, so the next one would be CUSA businesses, because there's saving money, there is making use of the money we're giving, and there's also making some money, right? So I think it's pretty important. I also think that is important because these businesses provide good services for Carleton University students. Books at subsidized costs, lunch and meals and what's it called? And just places for people to relax and unwind. I think these are pretty important for students. And then the next one would be if I can group all the other services or some of the other services that CUSA facilitates, like the food bank and then food bank and the rest. I think those are pretty important because students are students need those things, right? So
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Do we have any more questions? Yes.
Yeah, so you mentioned ensuring accountability and making sure finances are more accessible to students. So I was just wondering if you have any potential action plans or initiatives that you would like to implement to work towards these goals.
right, thank you very much for that question. So on the subject of accessibility, I discussed with some board members about including infographics on like the CUSA social media page, or even creating a social media page for CUSA finances in such a way that information is accessible to students, information is easy for students to understand. Those who are into the technicalities, great job to the current CUSA executives for including the budget and other information on the website. But for those people who don't really care too much about technicalities, infographics will do a good job, right? And one of the things that I'm thinking about, and I wish to discuss with executives, is hiring. So not necessarily hiring for paid positions, so hiring for volunteer positions for handlers of social media and finance social media and finance campaigns, of course by CUSA.
Awesome, thank you. Does anybody have any more questions? Yes, Counselor.
Hi, I'm Kiana. I'm one of the FBA counselors. So my question is like, in CUSA, obviously, there's a whole team of executives and there's so many members that are planning events and different programming and stuff throughout the year. But obviously, a lot of the times these compete in like a financial manner, like you're not able to give the funds to every single program that might necessarily need a certain amount. So I was just wondering, like, what's your thought process when you come to conflicts like that? Like, how do you decide where the funds are going to be allocated to?
Thank you very much for that question. It's a very heavy one, and yeah, I would say that in that case, I will work with, once again, the people that have come before me, the people that know more than me. I will work with previous reports to look at allocations, and yeah, so that's pretty much it. Ask people around me, gauge, I won't necessarily agree with, for example, one person's point of view. If I'm speaking to, people from different sectors, then I'll weigh options and then I'll pick what's best. And I'll apply my own strategic abilities in deciding. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, we're gonna go. You and then. Okay. Yes, somebody ask the questions.
My name is Juan Sufi. I've been part of CUSA for about 35 minutes now, roughly. Part of the board. My question more pertains to the economic state of Canada right now in relation to the budget. With inflation over the past 6 years being about 6%, and so many initiatives being important to CUSA, how do you intend to sort of fix that discrepancy between the value of the money that CUSA has and the initiatives that need that money?
Thank you very much for that question. And yes, so this is something I also discussed with, with some board members. And what I intend to do is to sit down in discussion with the current vice president before I get in, if I do, and ask for his own knowledge on these things, because I asked this question and they told me that yes, they would do some proration to increase like their budgets for some sections of CUSA. And yeah, so pretty much I would discuss with the executives again, and I am continually learning, so I will apply some of my strategic abilities.
Awesome, thank you. Yes, Counselor.
Hi, I'm Suvi. I'm a counselor in the first rod, and I was wondering if you could talk about your experience or your interest in the VP Finance role regarding, it is called like VP Finance, but there's a lot of like other aspects to it, like more accounting aspects to it. So like budgeting, making financial statements, perhaps on like bank reconciliation. So hoping you can talk about either your experience or your interest in those more less finance related, but more like accounting related activities.
So if you don't mind, can I get like a few 20 seconds?
Yeah, 100. Yeah, for sure.
But before that, could you kind of repeat your question? Because I need to get your own thoughts together first.
Yeah. So like, it's called like BP Finance, but I'm just like there's more than just like finance related stuff to it. Like there's budgeting is a big part, and like making sure financial statements everything's perfect and like it's in good hands. So wanting to your experience with that or your interest regarding it, because I know you have an economic background. So I was wondering to either your interest or your experience regarding that accounting duties. Sorry.
Right. Thank you very much. So, I very much enjoy accounting, but one thing I enjoy even more is introducing ways to make profit. Right. So, in as much as it's a VP finance role, one of my major interests in this role is collaborating with the Vice President Communications and other executives to think of, plans to increase sales or advertisement plans to increase sales at CUSA businesses and to increase traction. So, some other business strategies apart from just advertising, whether to create new, whether to add to the menu, whether to reduce from the menu. And so that would be with regard to businesses. And then accountability is also something I take very seriously. And so it's not just accounting, it's speaking to the boards that CUSA reports to and saying this is how we use what you gave us, and this is the development that was recorded at Carlton. And for me, I would say I'm also inclined to the social role that this will to the social effects that this will have on the Carlton community at large, because it's the student body. So one of my major interests is having money spending in CUSA have a social, or having people having the lives of Carlton students improve from our management of funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions? Please raise your hand now. All right, seeing none, we're now. Yes.
Sorry, I was just going to ask a quick question. We've made a lot of progress this year on moving forward sort of with sponsorships and grants and looking to develop those areas of our finance private in various departments. I guess it's cost part of it. Anyways, I was just wondering what your plans are to continue enhancing those opportunities, to continue seeking those opportunities out, and how your experience will help on that front.
Right, thank you very much. So, given that we're we are the student body of such a huge of Carleton University students, we're representative of them. So, I would say one of the best assets for us is the opinions of Carleton University students in general. So, if surveys, for example, we can do those to find out what Carleton University students want. The administrative board to work on, and we can push for those since we're like a pressure group pretty much. So I think one of our best assets is information from Carleton University students, and that involves interacting with them via social media, for example, and other media that won't just involve us dispersing information without receiving from them. So what I like to do is have some sort of communication, so give and take relationship between CUSA and Carleton University students, and from there we can push to the administrative board of Carleton University.
Well, thank you. Does anybody have any more questions? Yes, President.
CUSA just released our approved budget for the year. I was wondering if you've had a chance to take a look at that, and if so, what you would change or do differently in your term to have a different outcome?
Oh, thank you very much. I've looked at like the past projects, but I unfortunately have not looked at the one that's just been released.
Yeah, well, alternatively, do you have any sort of any plans on what you might do to enhance the budgeting process within CUSA?
Okay, I'd appreciate if I could take like 30 minutes to gather my thoughts. 30 seconds, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, you may think about the answer for four.
And this also involves like recalling, so yeah, just a bit more than 50. Okay, so I looked at the budget in detail. However, I don't completely recall every single thing. But I'll say that one thing I would like to allocate funds to is definitely, innovation. And as I've talked about, inclusion of students and an ability to receive information from students. So it might not involve too much money, but it might involve, technology. It might also involve, paying new hires, for example, to operate a social media page for more inclusion of Carleton University students, so for accessibility of Carleton University students to this finance position. I'm forever learning, and I believe that given a chance to, not given a chance to, but as I constantly review the budget and understand it with executives, I will apply strategic skills once again in determining areas where we can, spend more money or spend less money.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any more? Yes, President.
Sorry, another question. From a business development standpoint, do you have any plans or ideas on what we might do with the wing? The wing is one of CUSA's, I guess it was operating as a business, and it's been closed since its CUSA. Okay.
So yeah, so we have 3 operating businesses right now, and then the wing was one. The wing used to be. Yeah, so the wing will be the 4th one. And just to clarify, was the wing located, like, is the wing located?
The wing is located in the atrium.
It was in the atrium.
It's right near the Starbucks, and it just has sold food.
Yeah, food.
Okay, sorry. I'm not completely sure. My vocabulary.
Quickly, the wing is a space between Starbucks and Roosters. So 3 years ago, you might not even be in university, so you probably don't know about it, and that's on the pandemic's fault. So the wing was a place where students were able to buy affordable meals, prepackaged meals. Also basic essentials like gum, water, stuff like that. It was an extension of Roosters. That's where the name comes, wing, because like wing and the bird and everything. So yeah, I think the question that the president was going through was, how would you like to revive that business? So do you have any ideas on how to revive a business? Yeah, or that space for that matter.
Right, thank you. Thank you. So while I think that might, that will, like, reviving that would have us revise the budget, like our budgets, and yeah. So while I think reviving that will have us revise the budget, I think we can take notes from Carleton Engineering Society, Carleton Students Engineering Society, where the things are affordable, like pretty affordable. So if it involves us like reducing prices, so students have an incentive to come there, knowing that it supports student life more than some other businesses that are even more expensive because they are on campus. So for the social aspect of things, it would involve us communicating to students that we have their best interests at heart, and we're just not interested in the only thing that that we're also interested in their welfare, and not that we're just interested in the CUSA making profits for itself. So my answers would be a revision of the budget and, a revision of the prices at the wing as well, so that we give students an incentive to come there.
Awesome, thank you. Do we have any more other questions? Yes.
So the VPFST, the Vice President, Finance Secretary, Treasurer, works with a number of different individuals in a number of different bodies. They work very closely with the Executive Director, the Director of Finance, the other executives on their budgets, and then of course Council of the Board. How do you sort of approach that sort of level of in many ways teamwork and in many ways competing priorities from different people, making sure that number of people is able to stay informed and that you're able to work with that number of people?
Sorry, could you come again?
Sure. So I realized that was perhaps not as clear as I had intended it to be. So the Vice President, Finance Secretary, Treasurer works with a number of different people, right? They work with the Executive Director, the Director of Finance, the other 5 executives, the Board, and Council. So how will you ensure that you're able to work with all of those different bodies in many ways as not necessarily a mediator, but as a link between all of those different groups? The VPFST sits on the board and represents the full-time staff, and sort of vice versa. So how would you ensure that you can be that link between all of those different groups and ensure that they are able to work together effectively? I hope that's a little more clear.
Yes, it is. It's clear. Thank you for that question. And I think my answer to that would be, first of all, personal accountability and time management. So, I definitely will structure like my life in such a way that it's non-random and it's ordered. And the second would be structure with regard to all the people that I'm dealing with. So I can't be vague in creating my schedule on Google Calendar. So I have to, so that's time management, that's ensuring that, meeting times are fixed. Not to say that I'm going to be rigid with my timing, because I know this road is demanding. I will provide the level of flexibility that's required, but I also have to not like be random, because I also have a workload in school to balance, right? So I think that for me that would be personal structure and structure with regard to all the other people I'm working with. So that will involve me, creating schedules with these people to say, okay, these are the times we meet. We meet this, this day this week, or we meet, 2 times a week. Just maintaining that structure and being non-random.
Wonderful, thank you. Yes.
Hi, Aiden Rohacek, incoming Faculty Public Affairs Counselor. Another role of the Vice President of Finance, Secretary Treasurer, is working more on the corporate governance side of things. They manage all of the association's documents, minutes, the Register of Civil Corporation. Do you have any experience in document administration, corporate administration, anything in that realm?
Right, so I have an answer to your question, but it's muffled, so I need some time to get it.
Of course, that's okay.
Right, thank you. So I've done a lot of, did you say accountability?
No, I said corporate administration.
Administration. So for me, your administration would look like some level of financial, that would look like some level of financial reconciliation, and that is checking how much has come in, knowing the full amount, and then working with cash to make sure that whatever we're getting is what we're expecting. And for me, administration would look like structure, writing a checklist of things I'm supposed to do, and making sure I tick each and every one of those things. And if I have problems with those things, I'll obviously check back with other executives, get tips, and and yeah, basically improve on everything I need to do. And administration, I know, also comes with some sort of accountability in that you're supposed to complete, all your work to an extent and to a very good level of
No, thank you so much. All right, we're gonna do final. Anybody have final questions? We're gonna do one more round, and then we'll move on to voting. Does anybody else have any questions? Yes, Councilor.
Sorry, one last one, just to sum it all. Done a great job at answering our very difficult questions. Thank you so much. Just one last thing. Would you say, to sum it all up, what would you say is your main priority for the next school year?
Okay, so my main priority for the next school year is to make sure that there's a proportional relationship between our sponsorship and between the improvement and between our sponsorship and the improvement in Carleton University students' lives, and quality of living in general, with relation to school and student life.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, we're now going to move on to voting. So we're going to be voting by secret ballot. Okay, sorry. Anyways, so please come up to get your ballot. Yeah. Yes.
Are we not deliberating?
We didn't deliberate for. Okay, sorry. All right. So now we're going to begin voting. Thank you so much, Tari. If you could please leave the room. And then we'll begin the voting process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, awesome. All right, so please come up. I'm going to check you off for each person that gets your ballot. It's a yay or yes or a no. Please put it.
Question, is there any chance, now I know there were several candidates last time, but there are still several decision options that we can take here. Is it possible to have a short deliberation period? I think that might be helpful to a lot of candidates, because I know personally I'm pretty undecided.
You like deliberation? All right. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, if everybody, just say yay. For all in favor, we'll do the loudest. If everybody would like a deliberation, say yay.
Yay.
And anybody who doesn't want a deliberation, say nay. Okay, cool. All right, so let's have a deliberation period.
Danny, you got it.